Some of these music tracks are terrible. Or whatever. Anyway. I am back again after my outbreak, where I mostly did work on all the stuff I was supposed to do, and yeah. Didn't actually do as many things as I wanted, but I got some things done, so it was at least good for that. But I need to be useful, because otherwise I'm going to always have an unfinished game, so I don't want that. Load up all the crap in the background that has to happen so I can get it all ready. I'm always behind at all times every day until my game is released, in which case I am then behind on the next game, right? I'm on. Oh, I didn't click online on all these yet. Stupid. Okay. Got to start on Twitch and Kick. Beautiful. Okay, well. Hello to Twitch and Kick. I didn't click start because I am dumb. Yes. Three of them online. Perfect. Perfect. And that's the top. Perfect. Tell the Discord. And then things are good. I'll try to stream to other platforms as well. See if I can succeed on all of them or not. Or really anything besides Twitch. I've done okay, but okay. Now, here's my to-do list. I realize I haven't actually been through this game in forever. Like, I've just been adding to it over and over and over, but there hasn't been an actual run through the thing yet. Not for quite some time. Okay, this is a little slow. Still getting used to 5.6. There's still some weirdness to it that I haven't quite gotten used to. They moved a lot of things around, and I'm not a huge fan, but I don't hate it. I just don't like it. I think it's the best way to put it. Kind of feels like all they did was take away some of the real estate at the top, and I didn't gain anything for doing that. A little strange, a little strange. Might be a little faster, though. How loud is that music? Is it really loud? Check everything here. It seems like it's just allowed might be a resource than anything else. Got it. Social stream up so I can read people's chats. Thanks for Lurk Fox. Wow. I already have a person on kick saying, blah blah blah, I hope you get verified faster. Ugh. Gross. The little faces turning toward you are really neat. I do question if there's too many of them. This room is laggy. So much of this is about secret or tricks to do things. I don't like it when it's in a little thingy. It's annoying. I like it bigger. Not today. Already ready for summer to end. I close this thing over here in the project settings. Where are we at on the old speed? Oh, it's horrible. I thought this one was supposed to be faster, but I think it actually lost speed. Interesting. I don't have DirectX 12 enabled, do I? Usually whenever there's a massive dump in frames, it's that. I was experimenting a bit, but still 11. I'm just gonna need some work then, if that's the case. Seems like I need perpetual work on this at all times. It does seem like performance is worse though. Hey Bard. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I definitely think that if I just do quick little explainers of the things I do on stream, hopefully that'll be enough to keep people excited. Because I don't have a lot of time, but I think I have enough time to do stuff like that. Maybe with enough practice, I'll even get good at them. Hopefully. It seems horrible today. I wonder why it's so bad. I know why. My computer's a potato, first of all. I normally run on these because my computer's a potato and cannot handle the other. Oh yeah, definitely. Gotta build them YouTube subs. I want to get monetized on there. YouTube can help pay for this game. I'll earn my funding. Yes. Yes. Earn that funding. Everything spawns in. Give it a second. It seems like the FPS is worse than it was. Good over here. Yeah, I appreciate the feedback. Glad you liked it. Soon there will be more. Probably. I have so many things I need to work on. Oh, I forgot the HUD. I disabled a bunch of crap. The tutorial thingy. Wow. Actually enabled the tarot card. Causing problems for myself. Apparently I don't have enough problems yet, so I need to add a few more. Did I include the ocean on here? I did put the mountains around it again. I think there's water in this now. I think the water's a problem. I put it there thinking, oh, maybe it'll be cool. I do like the mountains. But I am starting to question if it's even all that worth it. Because, I mean, you really only see that. And I don't think you're really going to see much out there. So if I just put that wall back, you can't even see anything. Kind of thought it'd be cool to heat, but... I really think that's just heavy. Put an ultra dynamic sky onto the map. I put the city as a level instance. I don't really know if that's better or worse. I know lots of level instances don't tend to matter. Like, if you have one, it's like almost the same. Like two of them are basically the same as one for the most part. That's what I've learned. So. This water stuff is awful. It's I guess I don't hate the other thing here. But I do wonder if I should just have the wall back. It's probably better. There's just a lot of stuff that doesn't need to be here. You can't see it. I shouldn't really be focusing on things you can't see. That's just weird, you know? Oh, yeah. It's not a bad looking city. I mean, it's just a city block. But what I found is I was going to split the game into multiple maps anyway, and I got tired of updating the same city over and over and over for each of the ones that are having to copy paste everything. Yeah. I actually kind of like it better during the day, to be honest. I'm not sure if I'm keeping the rocks or not. I kind of like them, but I also kind of don't. Like, if they're not there, then it can be a city in the sky. And if they are there, then it's more like a city in the mountains. It was originally just a city by the bay, so... I mean, it's basically just a awful version of San Francisco. So just, like, you know, the most awful place I could ever think of, you know, that was a city, i.e. just normal San Francisco. But I think I get rid of all this crap out here. I just don't think it's necessary. I think it's a bit weird. Yeah. Well, originally for the lore, it doesn't actually make a lot of sense for it to be floating, but for performance in the engine, it seems to matter quite a bit. The price tag of that water is huge, and I don't really gain a lot by it not being available. See, like, it's there, but oh, kind of thing, you know? Could have made a better block than this. It doesn't take up so much space, but I didn't, so there you go. Yeah, I'll think about it. Well, I mean, I'll probably just get rid of it, because honestly, it's, you can't really see it. Well, you can see the rocks up here. Nothing out here can even be seen, right? Because you're going to be looking at it from about this angle here, and probably on the side of a building. So really what you can see is largely this. You would be able to see that small portion of... That's it. You can't see anything else. Maybe a little bit in this direction, maybe. Probably not, because you're actually going to be a little lower than the top of the building, so it'd be really hard. Even then, you could barely... Yeah, I don't think so. Can't see it. I'm spending a lot of resources on crap you can't see. Reed has these little airships down here that can't either. And this sticks just slightly under the wall, so I guess I keep it. But yeah, now these 341 actors are just available on here, and I don't have to do anything extra. Get rid of the ultra on here, though. I have to remember to delete the light, otherwise it'll have double lights. But yeah, now with that, I can just have this one level everywhere. Yeah, it's tiny. And now it just changes it for every level. Huh. That's good, because I was going to need 5 of them. I was getting really tired of updating that crap. So, not bad. that. Nice. But yeah. I should really focus on just what's easily viewable, and the city, like the little city block, should just be kind of a backdrop for that little city section. Just kind of, you know, when you go outside, so you can feel like you're tiny. But I probably shouldn't invest too much into it as far as, you know, resources. Like it can use some resources. Here it doesn't use a whole lot. It'll be fine. But yeah, like it barely changes anything. Now you just assume that there's just this wall in the way. Like I might put some sort of thing to make it look like it's more of a hole to go through or something, but I don't know. Yep, no more water, any of that crap. Very good. Doing the same with the building too, so this way the building is at one map as well. It's a little wonky though, because then I gotta adjust the windows on each of the things, and that's kind of annoying, but it is what it is. I even need this. Oh yeah, because it's the ceiling of that thing in there. Sorry, it's the ceiling of this room. So yes, I do need that. Oh yeah. I put a lot more before all said and done. Yeah. Well, it's actually, the building is quite big. Like, you'd be surprised how big this is. Because, like, I'll just copy paste these two onto an open world map and you can see the, like, the size. Here's your generic open world thingy. And now on an open world map, you can actually see just how big this city block really is. Like, it's very deceptive. It doesn't look this big at all. But that's the whole default open world map down there. Yeah. So, it actually goes, you know, the block is almost as big as the open world map. And goes beyond it in some cases, so it's... Yeah. But she's not small, that's just it. She's actually just a normal sized character. I just made everything else big. So, she's actually just normal size. But, just to give you the idea of how big this thing was, people are going, it'll be so fun to run across. No, it's not. It's huge. It'll take you forever to run across this thing. Like, it's big. It might seem fun until you're like, hey, wait a minute. I'll go... Blah, 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 blah. Yeah. All about perspective. Yes. Let me enable the world terror so I don't just die trying to run across this. On a fake map here. Alright, let's go from one corner of the city to the other. Let's do this! Yes! The longest run. Alright, we're getting there, everyone! We got some free time. I'm probably not going to run the whole way. It's probably maybe faster to go this way. Almost certainly is. We haven't even got across the street yet, by the way. We're getting there. Woohoo! Yay! We're on the sidewalk, everyone. Yep, we're getting there. What's up with you? Oh, look at the cracks in this. They're huge. Going. We're almost there. We'll totally be there soon. Whee! I can dash too. Of course, actually neither world enables. I can just dash like crazy. Let's just start dashing a lot just to make this process faster, shall we? Actually, to be fair, the dash is cheating because the dash actually multiplies. And something like 5 dashes will just throw you off the world. It's funny. Like in a row without being stopped. Probably shouldn't do that. It would defeat the whole purpose of this exercise. So I kind of cheated a bit, but that's okay. That curb, taller than Poppet. I actually don't think that's accurate. I think that's actually slightly too tall, to be fair. Poppet's roughly 10 inches tall, like 80% the size of your average Barbie doll. Look, cars! Yay! This is one city block so far, so this place is actually bigger than a city block. I was like, well, if there's a Poppet Quest 2 and you go out into the city, what will you do? I can jump on this. Yay! No, I can't. Probably because it's a skeletal mesh or something, and I didn't bother with the collision. There's a building off in the distance. Oh my. It doesn't look very good by comparison. I didn't really intend for anyone to spend much time looking directly at the building. I can probably doctor it up so it looks a lot better. Wouldn't it be fun to play around the city? It's just an endless running of nothing and nothing and still nothing and more nothing. I'm like halfway there though. Isn't that cool? Like halfway. Yeah, thingy over there. Building over there. I removed the logo on it because 5.5 version glitched and I had to redo all the levels because of that stupid logo on the front of the building. Yes. Very exciting. We're going. We're getting there. We're almost there, I swear. Woo! Woo! Boing, boing. Look at that fire hydrant. Yeah, fire hydrant. Boing, boing. Building, boing. I definitely need more detail on it if I was going to look at it from out here. It's true. Of course, to be fair, the game's also in the dark, so the amount of detail necessary isn't that high. Also, this texture doesn't look very good blown up this large, by the way. Just thought I'd point that out. It's just because there were some other ones that were also really large, so I just kind of went with this one also being large, but it could have been small. Yep. So as you can see, we have lots of cool things going on here. Look, we're almost the other side of the map. I'm already practically there now. Oh no, that doesn't even match. I almost jumped off that world. Yeah, you can when they're like a geometry brush, you can actually adjust the size. Now that they're static meshes, I can't. I didn't want to redo a bunch of ones that had already been made. Otherwise, I would have just done it. But since I made a bunch, I was like, I don't care that much. I didn't bother. Also, you're not really going to be looking that closely at them. But to be fair, they could be much smaller, probably. They would probably look better. I might change it later. Yep, we're almost there. We're almost there. Oh my god. Yes, this is why there's no running around the regular map. Those aren't even on the ground, by the way. I decided to point that out. Because it took this long to run across the map, because the map really is just that big. Even though it looks deceptively really tiny. So yeah, it's not as hard as you think to sneak a bunch of crap in that building, because the building is massive. I'll make it to the darkness. It's actually just bricks. Okay, I'm just gonna dash now. A little bit. Because the momentum of that will keep you going forward. Yay, I've made it! By the way, there's no edge to the world. Oh my god. And just to show you what happens if you dash too much. Should be able, oh wait, I think I disabled that, didn't I? I did. Never mind. Nope, you can do it. You have to air dash. 5 dashes, 6. Oh god, where in the world? 7 dashes. Oh no. That's just 7 times dashing. Yep, it will send you back. I think. Oh no, the end has come. Yep, she's zooming. That's because it just multiplies momentum. It doesn't matter in the building because you can't dash that many times, but it does. Yeah, it just keeps going. Probably because there's nowhere to spawn back to. Because she's yeah. she's, she's got nowhere to go. There's no starts or anything like that. It's like, cool, neat, awesome. But I know. Zooming. Yeah. Now that all that's on there, you can just see how big the whole thing is, and it's like, yep. The game is quite large. Even though it looks like it's in just one tiny little building. I mean, people are all upset when they see it because they see the building, they've never seen the game before, and they think to themselves, going, man, this game is so tiny. No, it's not. It's really not. It's much bigger than it looks. I don't know how I'm going to get the FPS better, though. See what I can do. I think I'm just leaving this as it is and probably just going to clean these up. That seems reasonable. I basically want to make this map really, 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 really good. I probably need to go through and tweak all the encounters, reduce some difficulty on things, really play through it, because I haven't played through it in a while, and ever since I had the new combat system, it's changed a lot on how stuff performs and everything like that, or how everything plays out. Merge actors, that's what I was looking for. I knew it was somewhere. I would eventually find it. I guess we'll just call this like pool safari room pool rail. One, I guess? I don't know. Sure. Wait, you didn't replace it? Really? Man. They changed that. They used to replace it. Now I gotta drag it into that location? That sucks. I don't drag it to that location. Jeez. One job. One job. Also, I dragged it on there and it made two. One job. Seriously. I thought I copied the location on that, but it did not give me a location. Why no location? Okay. You just can't copy that, huh? Can't copy a transform from this? That's not possible. That's a new one. You should be able to. Apparently this doesn't count as the same, so we can't do that. Whatever. So far I'm not liking 5.6 all that much. They made a lot of changes that weren't good. I haven't seen a speed improvement at all. But kind of just, it came with meta waifus. That's what it came with. And I'm a fan of meta waifus, I'm not gonna lie. That is at least something I can get behind. I've never in my life thought to myself, man, they added more waifus. What a terrible thing. I never think this. This is always a glorious thing. Please add more waifus. But aside from that, I didn't really get... I guess I haven't tested all the bugs that existed previously, so maybe some of them got fixed. So maybe I got something. Maybe I should be a little more lenient, if you will. Maybe. I don't know. I ain't feeling very lenient. But meta waifus do go a long ways, so maybe I'm feeling a little lenient. Maybe. I guess. I got tired of scrolling to things like that. Now I just have them all in the rooms and like that and the A, so it can just be right at the first thing there. Okay, well, my strategy there was a bad one. Should have just done that. One of these days I'm gonna go through and clean all this music up. Probably not. I keep saying I'm going to, but then I don't. I guess before I convert this over, it should actually fit, right? Okay, if I'm gonna do this, it needs to be lower. Or whatever just happened there, sure. There's a whole bunch of menu things. I need to pick a week and go back to doing menu work again. Update a bunch of menu stuff. I played last time, and like the menus went from basically nothing to existing as they are now. So if I spend another week doing that, I could probably get them almost up to the level they need to be for the game. Almost, I imagine. I hate adjusting these after the fact, because it means I gotta redo a bunch. I gotta sit there and wait for it to check the nav mesh over and over, but I don't want to delete the nav mesh. Though I could just do one giant nav mesh. I'm not really certain the other nav mesh actually does anything. Like having a small one versus having a large one versus having a bunch of small ones. I don't know if it matters. It's kind of an argument there. The downside of the large one is that, well, the small one is that they don't have ways between it. It's also kind of a pain to set them all up. The upside is whenever I want to test, I don't have to sit there and make a nav mesh every time either. They're already just there. That kind of is nice. This rail's probably fine. I'm just going to stick with my same clever naming convention because I don't feel like screwing with it. I redo this stuff all the time. But I wanted to fix that graphical problem, so... I wish you could copy the position like you could in 5.5, but I guess not. What is this angle? Why is this angle? I have so many questions. Okay. I've come to the conclusion I only need to be close. Not perfect, just close. I'm fine with most of it. Maybe this is a little crap, but can't change that now anyway, so who cares? Whatever. I wonder if not having these is a good idea. Like, if I got rid of these ones right here. Is that better? Maybe. I can't really move it too much. I just already completed this rail. It's just do I want this rail to be shorter? I mean, I guess if that'd be a really awkward step down. I could extend this a little bit. I don't think it mattered much. I think I really accomplishing anything. Yeah. think it's that way because the boards end up all funny. Whatever. What is it doing? Okay, well this is 5.6 in a nutshell so far. I'm pretty certain this is exactly what I've come to expect from this particular version. Yes, beautiful, wonderful, fantastic. What a weird thing. I just don't get it anymore. I just don't. It's okay. I'll just do this. It just does weird things. I don't know why I did what I just did. Okay. Let's do this. Oh, better for positioning. Small amount. Gotta be careful. I can't just jam it all the way into the ground. That's fine. Gotta reduce those draw calls. I tried using DirectX 12 and 5.6. Oh my gosh, it's even worse. It crashes like crazy. Like, I can't even scroll through the map without it crashing. It's just wild how garbage it is. I'll call this full path one, I guess. I'm not sure. I think it's the only one I need to do, but I wish I could just copy paste the position like I used to be able to. That would make this like 1,000 times quicker. Nope. At least it maintains the exact same everything, so I can just kind of move it and position it that way. That's nice. That crap out. Move this up so it's a little easier to keep Poppet from going underneath it, which would be obnoxious. Hey, Rufio. Not much. Doing my optimizations here. Kinda needs it. Discovering the fun bugs of 5.6. Exciting new things that I did not know existed until now. How's stuff with you? Now that I'm back after my long hiatus. But like, oh, I did take 3 days off, that's true. So forever. Just straight up forever. Yeah. I gotta merge all these things into these so I get less draw calls. Gotta redo that spline too. Taking CS50's online course. I'm not enrolled, just learning code for now. Fair. Gotta learn how to speak to the machines. The machines will give you what you want. Or more likely when the machines take over the world, you know, you'll get a better cage than the others. It's my plan. I'll have the nicest cage. The others will be sad how much nicer my cage is than theirs. Well, keeps adding SM in front of it. I keep forgetting that. It's the only time it does this. This one feature. Doesn't feel like a feature. No. Yeah, now when you drag a mesh onto there, this is what it does. Isn't this cool? This is something it tries to do this weird stick to things thing. But it does it in a way that's completely useless. Also, you can't just copy paste the location from this to the static mesh anymore. It doesn't work. Used to. Okay. Whatever you're doing, stop. Ain't nobody like it. Jeez. Because you know, yeah, sometimes coding is easy, but then I'll come across some things that are hard. Does that make sense? Except that it isn't. Fair. In time, it'll all make a lot more sense. A lot of it really comes down to just a complicated game of phone tag. And then telling it what pictures to display at various points of the phone tag. I would say this is not my finest work. That is okay. There's just a lot of ways to get to, you know, from point A to point B in Unreal, so you can really just kind of pick and choose whatever makes you happy. I mean, there's some things that are clearly wrong, but for the most part, you can get away with a lot. What happened there? It's been a new bug that's been showing up. She'll just instantly die at the start. This one is just the most off thing I've ever seen in my life. What was I smoking when I made it? Like, it ain't even close. I suspect I could just dupe the other one and move it over. Maybe not, they're not quite the same size. Yeah, a lot of the ones I could have redone. I need to make them smaller next time. These long ones are never worth doing. A little short one like this. That short one here would have been way better. Whatever. Very sloppily done. Usually this room has the best FPS of all the rooms. I've largely just lost FPS by switching to 5.6. It seems considerably slower. Also, the water moved. Why did you move? You have no anything. But you appear to have moved. I didn't account for none of them not having a puzzle. Alright, that's fair. That one's on me. That's a puzzle. If true, start puzzle. Oh, let's make this instance editable here. I don't know why I'm exposing on the spawn, I just kind of do. Okay, so this has no puzzle. And I need to mark it up. I saw like 2 with a puzzle in the whole game so far. There we go, and now it doesn't move. If I click it and then tell it it has a puzzle, it should move to all zeros, I think, because it doesn't have a location. There you go. See? Changes I made to this map, well, the other map, are now affecting this one. I figured that'd be the case, you know, just how it's gonna work. I'm gonna see how quickly YouTube forgives me for not streaming for a while, because they were sending me this huge amount of traffic, and then I didn't stream for like, you know, 5 days, and they're probably just like, she abandoned us, and like some jealous ex-girlfriend, they, you know. They're gonna punish me for a little bit. Like, we can't have viewers. Nee. Usually, this is usually actually the exact amount I usually have until later, so not actually anything interesting. I'm just having fun with them. And think about this. Could raise this up. I'm trying to just block this small area. I can also successfully click on it. That would help. And then just shrink it. Problem is, it's still too tall. Okay, I just made all kinds of mistakes. I haven't converted these over yet, so is that at least going for me? We're just going to raise this up. I think that's the best strategy. Any other strategy is going to lead to problems, I think. Can be a safety hazard. I'm okay with this. Imagine building your stuff to actually be, you know, safe. Safety hazards are the best hazards. This is like messed up Disneyland anyway. Like Disneyland had a house of dolls. Yeah. Maybe that's actually describing it. If Disneyland had a house of dolls, I guess they have It's a Small World. I did listen to a story where they were like going, something about the dolls. What was it? I got hired to do a job. No. It wasn't I got hired to do a job one, but I got hired to cut the hair of dolls at Disneyland. I think was the name of the title of some creepypasta. And it was literally about the doll's hair growing. I thought to myself, so that's a great idea. And then I found out that they actually do hire someone to cut the hair of the dolls at Disneyland. Apparently over time it actually does get longer, but it's not actually growing. It's some sort of weird way it's like stretching. But it is a real job at Disneyland. Someone cuts the hair of the dolls. It's a small world. The world's a creepy place, ain't it? And now you know. How happy are you to know this? I would be extremely happy to know these things. Yeah. I can't tell if this is actually the top, and I guess I'll just do this and cheat my way to victory. Poppet's so good at getting into small little spaces, it's obnoxious sometimes. I mean, she is tiny, so it is kind of obvious how she would be able to do this. I do have to put one higher on this. The problem is right here, so I guess I just need an extra thingy. That's just not the same one, but smaller. And I just got to shrink it so it's not to the sides there. Or it could be omega ginormous, whatever, sure. But yep. That made my day knowing that the dolls that It's a Small World have hair that grows. I'm a simple fellow. I know it. I like what I like. It's that easy. This is going to pose a real problem, isn't it? Yes, it is. Hmm. .23, not 23. Thought that would be not quite hitting each other, but this I can live with now, and I think that I still got a little problem. I have to put a rock or something here to blockade, just so you can't get into this little spot. Because I'm with the flying stuff later, you'd be able to do it. I don't know if I want to put a metal thingy above this or not. Probably not. And I have like no early popularity on YouTube or tuitions. Like maybe there's so much. No, it takes a while. Once a certain point, there's people watching. It is interesting to see that early on in the night, it's like, nah. We don't need no stinky people. I really want to get to that point where I'm monetized on YouTube, so any sleepers will grant me cash. That'd be nice. My game could use additional funding. There's so many things I'd like to add. But we'll see how that goes. I'm only going to add certain things if the funding ever shows up. If it doesn't, eh. I can have a rock sticking through that. I'm okay with that. It might even be that bad. Switch the landscape real fast. Push that up. Could have rocks going the whole way too. This room's gonna need a lot of work to make it look nice, but I'm not too concerned about that yet. Job one was just to make certain I didn't break all the water. Oops, don't do that. Oh, you switched modes, you did not. Okay, mark both of those as a puzzle. See if it still works. That worked. This is not on the ground. Wish I would turn that to a thing, so that's awkward. But some of these I should actually check. I never do. Kind of much I can do now about it. I just don't want to redo the wall. Move the whole wall down, maybe a little bit. I can get away with that. That's why I don't mind making the stuff slightly longer. A lot of times I'll need to readjust stuff, and if this wasn't slightly larger, I'd have to either stretch it or remake it entirely, and I prefer not to do that. This also is not the ground. Gotta fix that because Poppet will see that every time. Kind of obnoxious, really. You don't get to fudge anything. How much do I even care about having this? I could just erase it. And just have it be rocks. I don't hate that. That I gotta blend it somehow, but it looks kind of crap anyway. So, good. Well, that's underneath everything, so I don't even care about it. You working some combat today too? Basically, I'm just tightening everything up. Wow. Also just fixing outright bugs and really anything I can, kind of make it all work a little better. I'm gonna turn this key sideways so it's easier to see, I think. I moved these down. As you can see under them, that's weird. Pop that off. Yep, number lock trick. This is an unused space. Whenever there's an unused space, I kind of want to use it for something. I just don't know what. There could be a hidden underwater pool area here. If I do that. But do I want that to be a thing? It's kind of weird. Optionally, I could, there was this area into the stairs, so I actually did technically have a way to go. Now there's like a pipe stuck here that leads to nothing, which is obviously terrible. I need to go through and clean this whole area too. This does not need to exist. Yeah, I don't know if I need any of this crap. I honestly could just end the landscape up here. Well, I mean, it won't be perfect no matter what I do, but I can also lower it down a bunch. Well, I don't really care about what's underneath, so that's true. This rail is awful. Curse me and my need to add secrets everywhere. I mean, it's fun. I love it. But sometimes I think I might be a little bit feisty when it comes to secrets. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of the ones in this wall. I don't think it's necessary. I think it's weird. Nothing sticking through the wall I need to know about? Doesn't look like it. One of these available on the side so I can just start yanking from it because I really hate having to do the other. Okay, this new weird try to manually... Wait. Is there an option that's placing it in some bizarre way? Oh, this thing. Hopefully that's it. The other thing that's was like the most obnoxious thing ever where it tries to snap the things. Like, really, guys? Really? Ain't nobody like this. Not like this. Not like this. This is basically Poppet Raider. She just goes into these various caves and everything. Never underestimate Poppet Raider. Unless you're being crazy. It's conceivable in some far-flung future that I might actually make it where you have the ability to have everything on one map, but I don't think that's very likely. I want to put a little shortcut through here. I keep putting the moon in everywhere, but it doesn't actually do anything. Because you have to get the moon, and I don't know where the moon's even going to be at yet. It could be here. I mean, wiping out moon doors is kind of a fun way to hide things. I guess rather than having this, I could have a... remake it and have a moon door. I also need to get rid of this. This is obviously unacceptable. Oh, trash day. Today I managed to park forward enough so that it won't be in the way like last week where it was... poor car was in the way of the trash. I don't know if I forget what day it is. Actually, I could look underneath here. That would do it. That's better. Except for this isn't better, but one thing at a time. Wasn't trying to make this like a cave, but kind of what's happening. Do I need this crap little fence here? Really not as much space as I want there to be here. Like, that's clearly too close. You would never be able to sit on it. It's done. Thanks, but it's done. I still haven't eaten all the grass and everything yet either, but no need to do that yet. Because, yeah, reasons. It might just be too close. I want to move it out of the way just so there's more space to play with. Maybe get rid of this light here. Guess there is a light by the table. There is kind of an excessive number of trees. Right, because these trees are huge. And they kind of blockade everything else. But it does seem like there might be one too many trees, and this is probably the one too many. I do kind of want places for people to sit at, little benches, I suppose. I really want to blockade this, so it would just be like specific areas where I could bench in, like maybe over here or something would be fine for a bench. I feel I want to probably knock out a tree. Just progress. A lot of trees. Quite a bit many. How's all this extra crap there? See what the actual FPS this is. Kind of mediocre, actually. Are you on the ground? Yeah. 'Cause, 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 I don't know why the FPS is suddenly so much worse. I was preparing textures, give it a second, it figures itself out. Still not good, but the prep textures will cause it to drop a little bit. 5.6 is so far not very good. That's real. This looks terrible. But I figured that was gonna happen. I need to do a bunch of stuff. It should have been done extra days ago, but since I upgraded versions and had to redo all the maps, it's... Yeah, the stream is still going. Soon, though. Soon. Really, if I was, you know, making it for people to, for like, pretty, I would definitely make this not as flat, but... There is just a certain Poppet needs a certain type of ground to run around on, and if you don't give her that, it's a problem. The thing with the enemies, though, if you don't give them the ground to move around on, it's pretty crap. Almost wonder there's too many trees here, though. And I'm removing them as I go. A little smoothing. Can play with that tool in a bit. Might as well play around with it some. You just kind of play it by feel a lot of times with this stuff. You don't really gotta get crazy. You know, as long as it's looks okay, it's fine. I gotta blockade that corner there, or Poppet will be able to fall into it, and that's a problem. It does have a way of doing that. That's a little better. Oh, I just want to save. I don't want to do flatten. I got a best viewers today. You're ban the best viewers one. Aha, that one got hammered. I get it. Early on, I don't usually have a lot of viewers on Twitch. I guess I could start grassing it and everything like that too. So that's not even on the ground. There's like an inlight thing I need to add to all of them. These candles don't even emit light. There's not even candles here. Really? There's these imaginary candles that aren't even here. We'll get the other ones. Hey, Demon Genos. Thanks. I've been hard at work on it, yes. Have you seen the game before? Or were you just commenting that room looks great? So I'll give you something of a tour if you've never seen it before. I usually get people an explainer about the game if they've never seen it. After all, seeing is believing. Well, there's no candles here. These candles are terrible. We're going to take our trusty candles here that are set to be huge. Make them maybe size. Maybe smaller candles. Candlesticks, I suppose. I don't know if these ones will match that well, but they already set up for lights, so. Guess I can position it here. Get rid of these lame candles that are literally invisible. They were just a straight up light. The ones that act as gameplay mechanics. This just actually needs to be flat out rotated, doesn't it? When I placed it, I didn't understand what I was really doing with it. Now I understand what I'm doing with it. It just needs to be open like this. It makes no sense otherwise, which means I have to reposition those. Crystal should count as a light too, because it looks like it emits light. I might just put these off to the sides here. I don't know if I want to bother with having 4 of them so much as just having like the 3 at those points, I suppose. The other option would be to rotate it in such a way that it's at more of an angle with these here. So this already has kind of a tiny opening as is, so. But I don't need this if I have those there, because they act as the same thing. Can I play? Buddy? Out, friend? I don't know if I like those candles that much here. In some places I like them, but here it seems a little weird. Maybe it's just because they're red. Oh, I didn't change the name on them anyway, so they don't even know which room they're in. That's fair. Gotta apply all the stuff so that they work. Oh, I can change the candle colors because I'm cool like that. And if I'm cool like that, am I cool like that? Not cool like that? Did I not change the candle colors? Did I disable that feature? That is strange of me. Huh. Must have disabled it. Anyway, these should have just that. Fair enough. So I gotta mark the room they're located in here. Certainly work. Why put them on the... Why did these not work? Why is the FPS complete garbage? I have so many questions. It's loading something, sure. I remember rewriting this code. But to what I don't remember. Nope. This only does it for children. Any tag that you know about? Can't interact. I thought they worked in the other room. Have these been broken all along and I was using it differently? I have too many versions of things. I need to cut them back a bit. I still count as being in darkness, but I'm gaining sanity, right? Am I? Okay, that's doubly awkward. What if I broke here? Something. Well, first of all, we'll check and see if the world is enabled. Most certainly is. Doesn't update light and dark if you're in the world, though. Or the world label. That's good to know. Yeah, the world prevents the updating of that, so those were actually working. 5.6 is like the biggest performance downgrade I've seen in a while. What happened, guys? I thought we were supposed to make it better. Yeah, I lost 20 FPS across the board from this version. Terrible. To be fair, that is open. That didn't really help a lot, did it? Yeah, the performance downgrade from this is huge. Not even using dynamic either. Perhaps the H load needs a rebuild or something. Apply that. There's a problem with the waterfalls too. It was preventing me from doing a build. I might need to do the build though, so I might actually have to fix the waterfalls so I can do that. I'm gonna check the candles in the other first before I get too crazy with this particular problem. When I get to like a break time, I'll set it to build so it has something it's doing useful while I take a bit of a break, but that is another time, another place. It's not this one. Invalid H load, sure. Alright, I'm considered in the light. Doing decent enough, Lepus. How's your day going? Gotta slowly rebuild my traffic on YouTube and Twitch, apparently. YouTube's unhappy with me because I haven't been around. You don't love me anymore. And like a jilted girlfriend, it's like, I won't send you traffic until you prove your love. I'm just making up stories about YouTube because I can. I gotta update if you're in the light or dark. Even if you're not. Oh, nice. Time to buy everything under the sun. If it's not bolted down, buy, buy, buy. It could all be yours. If you just buy everything. Aha. Oh. As long as you turn them off and let them dry, you can save a keyboard that gets wet. Just don't turn it back on until it's completely dry. I've had that happen a few times. If you spill something else besides water, ooh, okay, well then bad stuff happens, but water can be dried. Just immediately shut it off and like, yep. Oh, well, that's awkward. I think I can just run this anyway. You don't need a number pad anyway. It's fine. wonder if I could listen to all the old Super Nintendo music and things like that. Like, for all those games that people just play live, I wonder if I could get away with that. Because if you're allowed to play those games live, then the music shouldn't trigger YouTube. But I'm so terrified of getting, like, you know, a bunch of strikes because I tested out, you know? Also, Nintendo's a crap company that hacks everyone for anything, so I don't really want to challenge Nintendo. I know they'll come after me because they come after everyone. Okay, I'm considered in the darkness. I'm considered in the light. Man, the FPS is so bad now. I'm gonna have to beat 5.6 into submission. I can see it already. This is abysmal. I think the waterfalls don't work though. I need to fix those as well. Because they don't have a collision. They say they do, but they don't. I guess I could just set no collision on them. That would fix it for now. Because for whatever reason, these things can't have collision. I don't know why. Even complex, I can't even give it. Well, I guess I could give it a collision. I think. Can I? I haven't done a build yet since I switched versions, so that's also very much a problem that will need to be resolved. Oh. $1,600 it is. That's the exact number I was looking for. Thank you. And then... $1,280. 12,800. And the price of that city is an optimization nightmare. It be what it be. About to fall in the water. Fantastic. Not very handy when testing the speed of this room, though. Just fall in the water. It does seem to help a bit, doesn't it? It's possible putting them inside of those level thingies is a bad idea. I don't know, when I tested the level instancing it, it was basically the same as having one blueprint over and over and over. I don't know if the initial one was heavier, but it quickly becomes better. But if you're only going to load one thing like a city, I wonder if that's a bad plan. Like, what if I get rid of the city? Curious how bad the city's screwing me. It's definitely a handful of FPS for certain. Well, it's kind of dumping down too this way, so I don't know if that's true. These rooms aren't even optimized. It's the first floor that I'm concerned about. Like, its FPS went way down with this version. But everyone went way down with this version. Sometimes just collapsing, which is interesting. I think I'll do a quick build and do a bit of a bio break while that happens, just so I can test it. But I'll do the delete H-load build, so it shouldn't take longer than like 5 minutes or so. I haven't done it yet since I switched versions, so probably should do it at least once, and that might help it out a little. If it can, because again, I really haven't tested a lot of these things yet, so where are you even at? They moved everything around. I haven't seen new animations for them. Is it like terrible? I have questions. Oh, it's up here now. I'm confused. Look here anyway. They make a lot of crazy changes to them. The only I was really excited about were the meta waifus, but I don't know if I can make them look good for my game. I just don't think I can. Seems unlikely. I hope so. I'd like to spend less money. I kind of already put enough money into Daz that I can just kind of crap out a whole bunch of characters that will match what I'm already doing. I'm not sure I want to change that. I think I buy back while this is happening. We're back. Are you saying they used to have animation? They had like a second blueprint. It was like a child blueprint with all the Quinn ones. Sure you're just not using the Quinn blueprint? I'm just gonna no collision this for now. I thought they'd just use a freaking cube or something. Let's check the FPS in this room. Oh, I guess we'll use the same rooms or something. Get an idea. This was struggling pretty hard here. Something is definitely not good for the FPS. About the only major change I made was that city and the building being in the thing now. But I think the H-load thing probably did help some. It also built way faster this time. Credit where credit is due. Well, it's not packaged, and I'm currently trying to stream, though it falls much lower. Like the FPS is way worse than it was in by a good 10 to 20 for cert. Being as how I copied everything over, that's the thing. Oh yeah, I got hit and it sometimes locks movement. I remember that. Now maybe I'll wait a second to take that break and I'll just do this, get to the 2-hour mark, and then I'll build the other level while I take a quick break. This target damage, she gets locked. Like sometimes they all do. And it's probably just an uninterrupted here. That didn't have an exact tag on it. That's a problem. That could have been causing it right there. Because it could have found anything under status. And be like, you can't do that. We have said so. You are bad for doing this. That's my computer's just choking in general. Not the best. Spawns a bunch of crap in. Especially one for the enemies too. Yeah, hard to beat this into submission to fix the FPS, probably. I can always try taking it out of the stupid level instance thingy. I should always remember that every time I think something can be done easily in Unreal Engine, that is not how it works. That is not how it works at all. You could do it that way, but you're going to lose a lot of FPS. True. I had to redesign a lot because of that, too. Let's see if I made the exact same mistake. Sometimes I copy paste code, so I wouldn't put it past me to have made the same mistake somewhere. I have not done that. Interrupted, that's fine. I wonder what. I've seen the enemies get stopped before, but it's so infrequent. Pretty certain I've already done this. Oh, the strawberry berries can actually be moved. I remember this problem. First off, it's not even on there. I guess I can make a gameplay tag. I guess I could just not have movable object, right? I haven't double checked the code to see if that'll do anything, but if I just remove that from there and then base everything around that, it's not supposed to be movable, so yeah, it has all that going. You can still grab, so well, I appreciate that you can grab it and move it. That's neat, but I don't know why you would randomly launch. Shouldn't. But this shouldn't matter. first off, we should be using these ones, not the others. I know I have 2 sets, but it's weird. I don't like it. This is healed by raging in hell. Loose. Nice. Now these can move. Ain't gonna follow you though. I shouldn't destroy that way. What is even going on? You just run off with it. That's interesting that that causes those to do it there. So many dumb little things that need to be fixed. That was kind of the point of this though, is to go through and fix a lot of crap. With the movable tag enabled, it actually does that and destroys the things. But without it enabled, it actually seems to let me use these things. I have questions now. First off, that should be an exact match. Not any of them active, that's weird. It should be not possessed, so if it's false, it simulate physics. Gravity enabled, this should be normal. Most defaults to whatever. Obnoxious. Nice. About what I was aiming for, but okay. See, whatever you're doing there, it's not good. Stop that. Just take that out. What is even going on? Why is there an H? These are all the permanent tag as well. There's always barriers in locations. I should stop from moving because I think the moving was caused by the Puppet Master. It makes sense. No, it's still floating away. Not listed as possessed. It didn't say it went to the Puppet Master, but I guess I could. Well, if it did permanent, it wouldn't go to the Puppet Master. That would make no sense. Not possessed. How are you able to move? I mean, only the Puppet Master would be what would be the giveaway, but if you're not announcing yourself to the Puppet Master. Check for the Hierophant shouldn't be happening, so. Let me take a quick bio break and build the other level real fast. I definitely drank a lot of water before the stream. I don't think I'm going to solve this before I need to deal with that. One problem at a time. Yes, yes. Levels real quick. Rip.
Good news, I found out the source of my problems. The bad news is it's me!
Oh yeah, it's being silly. I gotta move nanite from everything under the sun. Good times, really. Good times indeed. I was testing nanite again to see if it actually was usable. It is not. It never is. It's always been garbage. I guess it's my test. I didn't test virtual shadow map. How about that? Make note to that. I was hoping it would go through and these new ship forecastable ship deck. Also, thanks for the follow, Mail RT. I suppose you followed the chair, so like, the chair will thank you for the follow. I just noticed that, and I was like, wait, the chair got a follow. Chair is putting in good work. It understands. Nanite's not enabled on any of those. Nanite enabled on this crap? Oh, that's why I can't select Nanite on all those yet, because there's some non-things in there. Disable Nanite and everything. Yeah, that's probably why it was crashing over and over. It was so bad when I tested this. I was like, Jesus. It was completely unusable. I couldn't even load anything. I'm just like, neat, great, good plan. I should trim down the amount of resources I'm using for these, like the number of different meshes. Sometimes to look nice it helps, but unless the thing is like completely, you know, the centerpiece of a room, I probably don't want a unique mesh for all that many things. Hopefully. It's a long save here. Pretty much, Murphio. Pretty much. Took me about 3.5 days to get this to where it worked in 5.6. I wanted the meta waifu creator to test out. I suppose there might have been some other upgrades. I don't know, I wanted that. And then they didn't tell me the 3D text plugin now crashed the engine. Everywhere you used it, it was bad news. If you added a blueprint, you can fix it easy, no problem. You just had to take completely remove the old version of it, like the old components, and add a new one in. And then redo your nodes to connect to the new set text node, because the old set text node would just crash the engine. So cool. However, if you happen to have them in the level, it was over. That level was toast. I don't care if you deleted them beforehand and tried to move it over, the level was still toast. I don't understand what was wrong with them, but I eventually had to copy everything off of those levels onto new ones. Which is why I'm redoing the landscape in the secret garden there, because landscapes don't copy correctly. They never do. You can duplicate a map to get the same one, but you can't copy paste it. That's annoying. So you can't complete your game before the next update, then you have any potential problems to deal with. Can you do the same? I mean, yeah, if you update, you're gonna have problems no matter what. You don't have to update them. Like, this is an optional update. I did this to myself. Don't pretend like it's, you know, their fault that I was like, I'm gonna try out the new waifu creator. That's on me. I decided to try out the waifu creator. And, you know, it doesn't say it's actually frozen, so I guess we're just waiting. If it said it was frozen, we could talk, but since I can actually walk to the, like, you know, message log in this thing, clearly it's not truly frozen, I think. I don't know what it's doing, because I can switch between these, which is weird. And that goes behind, except for then this is just sitting there. But I can't shrink anything down or anything, I can just swap between the windows. I'll give it a minute, and then if it keeps having problems, I guess I just have to reset it. But yeah, like, should I have just waited to upgrade? Yes. 100%. You'd always wait to upgrade until you... Pretty much they've done the first, like, fix thingy, because they'll release, like, the, you know, 5.61 soon enough, and it'll fix a lot of problems. Because every zero version is a dumpster fire. It's always the case. They never test anything. And it's weird. I'm sure they do, but the testing is so little by comparison to how many people use it that... So, you play with fire when you upgrade like this. And who knows, maybe the meta waifu creator will actually be useful for later. I don't know. This feels like it's frozen. It just doesn't say it's frozen. But it feels like it's frozen. So let's just end task it and move on. I think your friend in CS50 that I talked to, waiting for it to ask me questions and give me options based on my answers. So far, the math question calls me stupid if I get it wrong. Nice. I mean, why wouldn't you do that? Ah. This actually makes it look like a romance game. That's why I don't like this particular logo idea. But just for funsies, I use it as a splash screen. It's not a romance game. Also made it more attractive than that later, but whatever. Still better to look at than the same picture. I need to have an AI assistant that calls me stupid whenever I decide to update to a new version. I think I was pretty fed up with it last week. Like, really? I don't know about this. This seems bad. 0 out of 10. I was trying to get these built the first time, so this way they actually don't have the problems. We have two of these in like that. A game like Baldur's Gate, where I can bang my way out of any situation and my charisma is high enough. Yeah. I mean, there is a Lover's Tarot. I did make, well, a version of it anyway. So, technically that's kind of like a charisma tarot. Sorta. That's true. Try this again. I have to disable nanite on all of these if possible, otherwise I'm going to do it in little bits. Very good. Please save them. It should not take very long. It really shouldn't. I mean, it shouldn't take very long. I save this many assets all the time. But it's like, nope. Pretty much. I am quite surprised that this is taking this long to do what should be a thing. Because, I mean, I'll sit there and enable nanite on all of them at like 500 a shot and just save them over and over and over. And it's not usually a problem, but something here must be worth so much memory, because if you look over here, you can see it's really high. It is using a lot of memory, though this is not, this should only be like half, so much less than half. I'm not sure what the rest is being used at, but no BS is eating a bunch of one of the GPUs. That's true. GPU 1. That's why we have two GPUs, because one of them is being completely eaten by the other thing, and the other one is not. GPU 0. Which is, of course, being completely underutilized at the moment because, I mean, what? This is just showing some pictures. It doesn't say it's frozen, it's just using a lot of memory. It's not even eating 100% or anything, too. It's just taking its sweet time? I guess. Ah. Weird. Maybe if I close it by one more time and reopen it again and then do it, it'll get the last 17%. Or I can just do it in smaller pieces, I guess, too. Save less at a time. Couldn't save specific and just save a couple. Again, I've had a lot of problems with 5.6. A lot. I don't really want to pedal back to the other one if I can avoid it, because I already put a lot of work into getting this one updated to that. Jesus. It'd be the Valentine's Day Poppet. Valentine's Poppet's pretty good. Okay with that. I did go out of my way to make her a little more attractive for a different one there. You can see. A bit more of a little more dainty, I think, because the other one's not, he's not that attractive in the other. Okay, well, I was trying to move this. Not all the rest of this. On the loading thingy, but okay, we're gonna sit on this level. I don't see any reason to load the other level for this purpose. I assume it has a problem with a particular static mesh, so we're just gonna go through them a few at a time. By a few at a time, you know, I'll do like half or something at first. Okay, it's only a 98, so it was saving them just slowly. In this agonizing, not really moving sort of way. Well, at that point, I just could save all because it's only 98 of them now, or whatever. 98. It's weird that it's taking this long to save them. It should not be. And the drive it's saving to is one of the newest drives I have, too. So it should be pretty. Actually, no, it's saving to the NVMe, so I mean that should be really fast. That's the Windows drive itself. I have a backup on every single drive. 3 different drives, so this way if something happens to one, I don't care. I mean, I'm out a little bit of work if it's the latest version, but I don't usually use the Windows one, but this time I was using the Windows one. Yeah, something here must have an incredibly ridiculous save thing required. We saw I did save a bunch of them, it's taking forever, and it shouldn't be taking this long. Kind of a reason to use less assets, huh? And part of the problem is that I don't know what I'm gonna need. I just need a bunch of things that are just themed around something, so I just kind of load up whatever and run with it. So let's give it a second. So how's everyone doing? Really good. Unreal Engine takes 100 years to do this just so I could disable nanite. Sad part is off stream I'm gonna have to enable nanite a whole bunch on everything and then test it to see if it works. I'll do it on a different version so I don't have to disable it. I'll try with the virtual shadow maps because like I said last time I didn't do virtual shadow maps, so that might explain why the performance was hot garbage. Couldn't hurt. Trying to clean up code? It's fair, fair. Don't let the code boss you around. Teach it who's boss. Force it to, you know, run the way you want it to. I want to code today. I'm getting tired of doing the level design because I've been doing so much of it lately. I'd like it to also save these. Shouldn't take this long. This is ridiculous. It has to be a particular asset. There's just 98 left. It doesn't look like it's hanging on anything. Now it says it's only 19, so now we're at 60%, so it actually dropped by 10% and how much memory it uses. What a curious thing. Makes me wonder if one of the assets in here is huge. I was using skeletal stuff maybe from this one. I don't think so, but it could have been for this one. And I'm wondering if the drive itself is having problems with that's the case, that is worrying. Because I really don't want to have to buy yet another drive. Especially not to replace a newer drive. Right? I think before tomorrow's stream, I'm going to sit there and remove a bunch of crap from this thing and clean and test a bunch of things of just all the really tedious crap that nobody wants to watch me do because it'll just be a lot of waiting like this. Which is like, well, I got to enable nanite on some things, a virtual shadow maps. Okay, this is going to take like an hour because there's so many stupid things to test with. So cool. I guess I could migrate everything over to a brand new project. I've done that a few times. Brand new project's still faster for doing that test. That's the quickest way to clean things up. All right. Could just type static. Add extra braces to my code, so I need to find out where I can clean up. Fair. Alright, so this was predictably slow. Nothing's even need to be saved. It's probably at the bottom, right? Because you haven't loaded them or something? Is that what's it? Does it need to just load everything in order to save it? Is that the problem? This is such a lame way to have to do things, but let's be real here. I gotta limit it somehow, just to see if there's a problem here. Yeesh. Well, that's half the fun of this. You find the weird problems that you're like, what could possibly cause this? And then find a way to not have to figure out what was ever causing it and just to move on. By cheating your way to victory. Every time. SM Starfish. We'll remember SM Starfish, hopefully. Maybe let's load each one into memory before it can save it. That sounds like a UE thing to do. We need to compile a bunch of stuff. You've never loaded these. That's fair. I didn't, but counterpoint, I don't think you need to load them. I think you can just... Yeah. Oh, it stopped on SM Palm Truck. I wonder if it steps on that one every time. You think that's it? I didn't notice. Anyone else paying attention to which one it stopped on? I can figure this out, actually. I thought this would be such an easy thing. This shouldn't take time. This should be actually incredibly easy. Here we are. I thought this would be such an easy thing. This shouldn't take... Yeah. Look, it stopped on exactly the same one. Yeah. Right. Okay, so we've now established there is something wrong with this particular file, and that is what's causing this issue. What's wrong with it? I don't know. I also don't care, because I wasn't going to use it anyway. I have no use for palm trees. We're going to undo that. I'm just going to delete them. Like I said, the goal of this is to not figure out what's wrong with something so much as just to find a way to avoid having to deal with it and move on. The best solution to every problem. The quickest solution you can come up with. Quicker is better. Ah. I'll tell you about the logo for this that I like. I don't know what I even want the logo to be completely honest. seems like you should make all these graphics. I'm like, completely. Like, cool, thanks. I don't know. Sure. No palm trees. Palm trees are bad. All my homies hate palm trees. Okay. You just wanted to reload that for me? Is that the plan, buddy? So it's too fast? That's fair. Yeah, it's these stupid trunks. Well, I hate these things, so they can all go away. Watch, you can't delete them either. Okay. Much better. Let's try this again, shall we? But with feeling this time. Enable the nanite. This asset pack and I are not in agreement anymore. I should have been paying attention to that particular file the whole time. That's how fast it should have been. But there was something wrong with the palm tree things. Those palm tree people, I'm just going to assume they're all terrible. And I now have a complete disdain for palm trees. I wonder if virtual shadow mounts are required for DirectX 12 or not. That's the thing that's notable. There's always a bunch of dumb crap that comes about whenever you swap versions that you forget. It's like, oh yeah, I enabled that, or I didn't enable that. High efficiency nanite. Could have sworn that was something that was just useful in general, so that might be gaining some FPS off that too, for that matter. Hard to say. But I'm willing to entertain... There's actually 2 copies of this open? Wait, what? Much is explained by 2 copies being open, for certain. Bet my FPS would be terrible then. Question is, which one did I enable on? Hopefully I deleted... Well, hopefully I enabled it on this one. Trees cause some problems, sure. Yeah, 5.6 and I are going to be having a long conversation. I can already see that 5.6 and I are going to have a lot of disagreements. That one. I confuse the High Priestess and the Empress all the time. I had the world enabled, so it doesn't really matter much. I was testing that out. Remember that? I guess for testing purposes, I don't really want that enabled, but I just want to make certain it actually did what it was supposed to since I fixed the problem it had. Those bugs weren't going to fix themselves, you know? Never tested this area either. Am I moon dooring this? I might. I was considering putting a moon door through here. Also, I should probably rock this off because I don't like this particular setup all that much. Let's just rock it off here. Do I want a moon door here? I'd have to redo this if I want a moon door. Like, I might. Is he invisible for any area? Like, I think from the top it is. Yeah, about it. Doesn't technically have to be visible either. For those people keeping track, it could actually be not visible. True. Then I won't care. I guess I do need more secrets for the moon in general. I kind of want it to be the weird little tunnel rat thingy. I do gotta hand it out somewhere. I need to find places to hand out more tarot cards, because there's only 3 tarot cards handed out so far, and I need 11. And quite a few. I can cheat with some of it by characters you rescue and everything. That's true. But I am still gonna need... I want to give out the main 22 with like him having some sort of a like altar in the world that you have to deal with. Oh, let me go ahead and select this first so I can be lazy. Get myself a geometry brush. I love my geometry brush. Undo that one to make certain that the other one is actually selected. I think now get a geometry brush. Yeah. I think 12.5 is about what they normally are. Yeah, I don't know. Sure. That is most certainly too tall. 1.5. I guess this is a lower ceiling than I anticipated. We'll stick with the 9 for now. I always appreciate how fast these are once you have almost none of them on the map. It's when you have a million of them that they're just the slowest thing in the world. But since I turned them all into the normal ones, it's not so bad. Gotta find a place to hand this out. Rotate. Make it subtractive. Now it's just kind of a shortcut thingy. It's not even actually all that useful. It doesn't give you anything. Part of me now wants to have an extra wall, so this way I can hide some stuff to do, right? Browse this real fast. I'm sure there's other walls I can make use of. No need to recycle the same wall every time. Just a lot of times. That's all. You know? It just bugs me that it's on like a million nines and things. There is actually no means of reaching this point. That's wrong. It's totally means it's literally right here. You can just get here. I gotta have lots of ways to go, but that just gives me an extra place to sneak in something later. Maybe just a toy to rescue as well. That happens. I haven't even made toys to rescue here, but this will give me a thing to put here, so I can have a secret on this side and something you have to actually have the moon tarot to unlock. So you have to come all the way back later to unlock something, and I think I'll split it about here. I don't know what goes here yet, but something. So far I've put the keys that you need in really obvious locations. I could be a jerk and stop doing that. Like, I haven't been hiding the keys you need at all. Like, it's usually, you can see them, you just gotta figure out how to get to them. But I could be like, yeah, there's a key back here. Were you paying attention? Oh, it's got a hole in it. It looks terrible. All my homies hate this. Flatten it out of existence, probably. That's not what I was thinking, but okay, well, sometimes you just critically fail. That's what happened there. Perfect. Why is there dirt going in there? I can always put something over the floor here, a fake floor, which I often will do. I used to try to make, you know, a big floor with each piece. Thing. No, just make little fake floors. Probably fine. We have a run through this area. Just checking for all the collisions to make certain they're working correctly, because sometimes I miss one. That looks fine to me. None of these let me through. They all have real collision. Perfect. There's a light nearby there. Wait, did that have collision? The outer thing here? It did. Gotta love double jump. Love that. It's actually hard. That lip makes it very tough. I gotta make so much more steampunk machinery. More gears and things like that. I also have to name the unknown room something. Listen, sometimes unknown room. Don't question the unknown room. I'm gonna wander down here. But of course, there's nothing to do in there yet. Alright. I swear at this point the moon's gonna be like a memory game where it's just like, do you remember every single place the moon was useful? No? That's a problem. Well, not really, but you get a bunch of stuff that way. I don't want to see more. Like the first area, I kind of wanted to put very few uses of the moon, but I think as it progresses, I want to use it more. The all-purpose secret thingy where you're really happy to go find all the moon thingies, but you'll have to go back and do so. That's true. Almost every one of these rooms usually devolves into some kind of shelves thing, but this one you can't even do because this door is too high. But that's not the door's fault so much as the ground here is kind of high. Which actually makes me question if I should just delete the ground. So let me get out of this. There. Well, is the ground that high, or is it just this board is really low? I did move it up a huge amount though, that's true. I don't want to move it up too much more though, because I have to make this incline even worse than it already is, and I don't really like that a lot. It does give me a space underneath here that has nothing. I don't know if every space needs to be used, but it is kind of nice to have a space just about everywhere I possibly can. So you just have more weird areas to wander around. I could have like a moon maze where you go through here and there's like a million little moon pathways. Well, I can't go into that. I could, but it'd be really weird to have water in these areas and then have it come to these areas and not have the water go through. Like, I don't have working water. It doesn't flow or anything like that. I don't have a water plugin that's any good. And the one I do have doesn't exactly flow or anything. It's not like the Fluid Dynamics one that's a couple $100. If someone wants to buy me that, I'll add it to the game. But otherwise, my plan was to keep it simple with a cube with a water material on it. I think that'll get the job done. It's not like the game is this super underwater thing or anything. It's just a normal game, if you will. I don't know where this is actually supposed to go. There could be like a little dock out this way. That's true. I like how I quickly talked myself right into that. It could be a dock. Oh, that's true. The level of conversation on that one was not particularly high. It was an almost instant agreement of, oh yeah, I could just do that. I don't have a dock. Why do I need a dock here? Honestly, to hide this, so the player doesn't notice. It's actually to be a jerk. That's actually why I'm putting it here. First I was like, yeah, dock, that'd be kind of cool. And I was like, you know, that just hides the player's objective. Perfect. I'm all about hiding objectives. It's Metroidvania. I'm not obligated to show you the right way. Basically ever. This is the genre that usually doesn't tell you anything if it can avoid it. But I love exploration in games, so that's what I want, to let me just explore. So that was probably the biggest gripe I ever had against Hollow Knight, was that the map system sucked, because instead of letting me fill it out myself, it's just find this dude and get it from him. I'm like, but I want to fill the map out. I want to find that guy. So that sucked a lot of the fun out for me. I didn't realize how much I enjoyed mapping in these games, but I did after that game. Yes, I did. I was like, well, color me unhappy. I didn't get sucked into that world though. I wanted to. Something about it just didn't suck me in. I just wasn't enthralled. More's the pity, really. It seemed like a decent enough game. Except the map system, which was a travesty. The worst Metroidvania map system I think I've ever encountered. Yeah, look how much better this hides this now. You don't get to know things, though I'm gonna make these a little more even. That seems reasonable. Not much point in having an Empress, a High Priestess thing here. At this point, I don't think. This is in dire need of a waterfall. You know, just something that looks cool over here. Some kind of rock system. Just something that really fills in this corner. I think this dock should actually only go to about here, too, for that matter. Probably fair. If this wall were farther out, we could talk about a bigger distance, but I don't think it just seems weird. Well, I didn't know. Now that I do, okay. And now you might not even notice since you look down this way, and then you're like, hey, wait a minute. You can see it down there now if you look. Also, it gives you a reason to run under here too, which means I need to have an easier way to run under here. Like, this needs to be flatter. Because if I want to hide something in here, I want you to have to, like, run underneath it or something. Oh. That's true. I'm a big proponent of making you go down weird pathways and everything. It's just a lot of fun for me. Because I don't want any of these to go below the water. I don't want to kill you because you happen to step on a tiny little bit of water. But water acts basically like sunlight does to a vampire, as far as how effective it is in this game, from what I can tell. Like, just touching it is bad news, so don't. Is there a reason I put this one here? Kind of just to block things off, honestly. Make it look a little nicer. I'm gonna move it over if I'm gonna do that, though. This and the Hidden Grotto are gonna be like the rooms I spend like the most time on this particular level. Like this, like the Safari room wasn't the other one where I spent a huge amount of time on that one room because it was so big. Yeah, I like that better. I actually am not sure I want them to be all that rough around here. I guess it's okay over here. You can still run over it pretty easily. There's still water around there, so you gotta be a little careful, but... Like, I could hide something underneath here if I want. It's true, I might actually go out of my way to put keys in weird locations. There's a lot of things I need to hide, though. I should probably figure out who I want to hide down here and then give them something to hide. Like, some location down here. Instead of having these posts, I might just have the mushrooms places. I don't know. The posts seem a little more like, you know, if you were going to make a park. The mushrooms are more nature, but this is also not really a mushroom location. I just put a mushroom there. I mean, underneath the thing. Well, mushrooms don't really grow underwater, I don't think. Maybe they do. I don't know. Mushrooms seem to grow everywhere. Probably want to restructure this to be something different on top. Besides the metal. I don't know. Whenever I have a new idea, I just kind of add it and hope it works out. I have not made any NPCs for this area. Not a one. We'll just put the little mini Poppet here or something. Now she looks horrible. What happened? Without any light on her face, she is creepy looking. Also, her head rotates completely around, by the way. I gotta fix that. She can run off with her. There's no painting here. But she looks horrible without a light on her face. Jesus. Wow. He is not attractive. No. I gave her a giant light so that you'd easily see her, but I don't think I want that giant light anyway. I'm not sure if I'm going to keep the mini pop doll or not. To be 100% honest. But in the event that I do, let's give her the Poppet treatment, where she's less scary looking. That was definitely a thing I never accounted for when making Poppet. But in a dark game, the fact that she has like basically a burlap sack skin would make her skin dark enough that it would actually make it hard to see her, and she would look significantly worse. She didn't look as cute as a porcelain doll. I was going to do porcelain at first. It's not actually on her face. Honestly, it should just be on a head socket. I don't know why I'm doing anywhere else. That light's not strong enough for her. That'll help a lot. That's still a bug, huh? Jeez. Fantastic. I knew I missed that bug. Why do you have a weird thing on your face? Oh, so that's obviously tube, right? Got a Goldilocks this. Like 150 or something. Let's just dunk it a little bit. The same thing I do for Poppet. She just looks way cuter with the light on her. Important things were learned. Character is much more attractive if you can actually see her. I know, it's weird, but it turns out Even though she's looking at you backwards. But I have no idea why. She has like some weird shadow or something going on her face. Almost too powerful for light anyway. And she has like five. She has the tired eyes. That's weird. I don't know why she would have this bizarre light there. That gets rid of it a lot right there, actually. Not on that side, though. Doesn't want to go in that side. A little better. Fun fact, there's water right there. First of all, fun fact on that. Anything that where you've actually give it cloth physics or whatever, it doesn't change size when you shrink the size of something. So that's why her outfit is longer. And why her hair is like longer. Honestly, it seems like it's almost too bright. I'll catch you later, Murphy. Sleep well. Who knows? If you sleep not very long, I might still be here when you get back. I can go the distance. You never know. It could happen. It's only been 3 hours. Maybe I go 11 or something. Then we could be back. Probably not going 11 hours, but yeah. Not horrible. I think I'll leave it as it is for now, but Nina's walking over here. Oh, she should also have permanent on her. If she doesn't already. Never waste an idea, you never know. I guess character mini pop there, though, should actually just be NPC. I don't understand why, keep them all together. Oh. Because, I guess the mini pop works as like a voodoo doll of her, so I have special references for it. Do I keep all that? Guess I don't need dupe tags at that point. Sure. I guess she can live there for now. Or she'll just end up falling through in a bit too. If that's the case. I gotta fix that problem, the H-load problem. I mean, I could H-load the actor themselves, but then if I do that every time you come back, the H-load would continuously put them there. Kind of weird. True. I don't know how I feel about these things or not. They're not like that great to me. Grab the information off this. Actually, I think this just has nothing special. I probably just use the inlight stuff off of those and just run directly through it with no additional effort. I know I made it a lot simpler in the past. Gotta write down these things. I can never remember. So needs light information, which is off of what? Did I interact? Sure. Oop. Add it. Where we're located. Oop. Crystal's always going to be on. You can't shut the crystal off. I guess it's desirable, but I think I'll default it to like 3,000 or something. Some big number. I think I'm gonna get rid of these candles on here, but I might put some on the table, maybe. It's kind of a fun little thing, maybe? I don't know. They're a little strange in this room, but I don't like them here particularly, so they can live on tables. Kind of look a little better on the tables. These lamps, I think, are maybe not my favorite. I can do a different color. Ooh. I like different colors. Exciting. Yeah, mine looks unique in comparison to everyone else who's took this asset off of Fab. Haha, it doesn't count as being in the light. Really? Really, bro? Really? Okay. What am I missing? Outline doesn't do anything. Guess I can turn it to variable just anyway, and then it's editable if I want, but it's gonna be on either way. I gotta look at how Poppet handles lights. I've forgotten again. Game's gotten so complicated. I need notes. I can't remember half the crap anymore. I guess the only one that actually continuously flips around is this one, the upkeep graph. Everything else is kind of a not running ever. All actors with tag light. That's probably what I forgot. Of course, this does not have the tag light. Why would it? Nobody else cares about this tag but me. I can't get all actors that with a particular gameplay tag, so I have to have another way to do that. There we go. How far is that one? I guess there's a lot of lights. Oh, it did switch dark for a second there. That's like too far. That's awful. Yeah, I don't want it to be that big. It might seem cool that, you know, it's in the light and everything, and that's wonderful, but the simple reality of the matter is you don't get any power back, so you can't use a lot of your abilities. So it actually really sucks to be stuck in the light. As weird as that might sound, it is awful to be stuck in the light. In fact, I have an enemy whose sole purpose is to actually emit light so that you don't gain any power back while fighting it. Of course, you'd use crap abilities if you happen to run out of burst power. Just to mess with you. Probably have more enemies like that too. It's a contraption thing, but they'll have a light strap to them. I gotta make a bunch of dolls too. Like, I haven't made hardly any dolls for this game. I'm gonna make dolls, you know, like said teddy bears and things like. There's lots of stuff I plan on making for it. I just haven't really gotten to them yet. Feels like it should be a little more than 1,000, to be completely honest. Like it should be like 1,500 or something. Just a little bit more, because it seems a little more grandiose. I'm gonna default it to red like a champion. Not very red, is it? The reddest of red that ever redded. Dark crystal over here. I don't know if I want to make it where she can grab this or not. I don't think I do, because it's such a pain to make that happen. But I also kind of want to move all this into one blueprint, or even one level thingy. I should have put it in a level asset thingy, because it's really a pain to move it. And there's one thing I've kind of learned, it's not really that worth it to do that when you can just put them in like a level instance thingy. And then just change it in there as necessary. Oh, but if I do that, I can't put the crystal in there, or I can't change things unless I specifically make individual ones there, 'cause you can't. It's hard to access stuff inside of a level instance. It's possible through some hocus pocus I don't currently know. I'm sure I could figure it out if I really put my mind to it, but I don't really want to if I can avoid it, to be completely honest. I kind of don't think this should be here. Like, I don't know why it's here, right? Like, it leads to nothing. Kind of cool to run under trees, but you can also just have nothing there in the first place. And that would also be pretty acceptable. So perhaps I remove this end piece here. Part of me thinks that it should actually just be one long one going through here. I can also just make them kind of connect too. Like, they don't have to be one, they can just kind of lead to each other a little better than this. Won't look quite as good. Well, I guess it could look fine, but I'm definitely of the opinion that it would look much better if that other place was not. And whatever I did there with that, that should also not be there. Okay, this one here is just ugly, and I'm just going to go ahead and remove it. Save myself some trouble on that one. I just don't think it's necessary when I can just redo it to be a lot less gross than that. You know, just a lot less gross. Still kind of gross, but a lot less gross. But part of the reason it's so gross is it's just bent weird. That's a little better. How about this tree growing on there? This tree here is kind of not very good. Why did I pick these trees for in here? It's so problematic. It should be better. This I just don't think should even exist. I kind of like having the trees overhead, but I kind of wish I could make you go under here, but it's just too short. This is a door, then it's not going to happen. It would be cool to have a pathway up above, but it would need to be a much taller room for that, and I, of course, use the verticality to go underneath, not above, for this room. Would be cool for the safari room. I guess I could put the same arches in that room too. I haven't done the archers yet. That's a little crap right there. The problem with giant rooms like this really is the H-load issue. I'm not sure what I'm going to do about that, but I am going to test the new nanite thing. I figure, you know, by the time I actually release this, the nanite might even be good. I mean, maybe? Hair sticking up all funny. Devil horn. Going off my evil side. Oh no. I do make a game about dolls killing each other all night, so clearly I'm completely normal. I'm sure. Did I fix that little area here where the water could hit the player? I don't think I did. Did I? I remember this being a problem where I stepped in the water and realized that would be lethal. Well, this spot's terrible anyway, but... yeah, like right there, you can still get hit by it. It's a little bit wonky. I don't want them to just suddenly trip and die, you know? It's just a little bit messed up. I don't want gotcha moments. What I want is the player to feel like they earned that death. You know? Like, I ain't asking much in life, but I want the player to feel like the game is fair. You jump in the pool, you die. Don't jump in the pool. Perfect. I don't think anyone's going to hate water anywhere near as much as this game. Because I am definitely sneaking a lot of things in there. So, if I'm going to hide a painting, where am I hiding the painting? Probably downstairs, I would assume. On a wall. It makes very little sense to have it up here in this area. But I could be fine with it being down here. There's not a lot of space here, though. That's the downside. Like, it feels like this should actually be farther back, if possible. remember the reason why it's this far forward, though, was a lot of it was just try to cover this up, to be completely honest. This actually feels about like what it should be, in which case then you'd want it over in one of these spots, I guess. There's not a lot of the places it can be at, unless it's just down here. I guess it could be in a corner. It's so weird to have a painting over here, though. Is this a nature area? Like, I don't hate it. Oh, it's my channel's birthday today. I guess I started it 4 years ago on YouTube. Huh. Didn't do much with it for 4 years, but... Let's just do the default painting trick here. I forgot to put one of those up there. There's not enough space down here. I just don't see any world where it's going to fit. Unless I try to put it... Well, it would be really weird, because you couldn't get back into that area very easily. It'd be kind of strange. I guess I could try it, see how it fits, but... Okay, well, you see... When I said paste here, I meant paste here. That's not here, that's over there. Undo that. Do I just have something selected that I shouldn't? Bug on my leg or something. It is summer around here, and we're in the fields. There's quite a few bugs in the fields. I've discovered this. It makes me unhappy, to say the least. You might say it bugs me. Ha 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 ha. Okay, I didn't put myself out. There we go. I just was doing something else. So I could put one here, move it up. It has been quite a while since. Look, there's only one painting in the level so far. Am I okay with this location? Like I said, it seems weird to have it up here. It kind of messes with the feng shui of the place, if you will. So does having this up here, though. But I don't have a better container yet, if I'm going to make one, so I just got to go with what I got. I'm sure the goodie box will gain a lot of the changes that the doors have. It wouldn't surprise me. Oh, for the glass and everything like that. Am I gonna do all that? I think I just had to change colors. I didn't bother to change all of this stuff too. I can change its color though. It doesn't have to be this weird color. I think put one up here. Well, I actually already changed the color to a wood color. Good job, me. There's so much goes in the level. Just because you've laid out a lot of a level doesn't mean crap. But you still got to put all the gamified stuff in it. why I'm starting to realize that maybe the amount of time I've afforded for how much I wanted to put in the game might be a bit much. And, you know, I will cut content as necessary to make it, the other content better. Like, you know, there was a mistake I made in the game jam, made like 10 different levels. And I tried to put all this unique stuff in them and everything like that, and it's just like, I didn't have enough time, so I never got to really test things. This runs the same problem. Like, I have all these areas I want, but how much testing is going to go and how much, you know, quality and care goes into it if I keep adding more and more areas. And if each area takes you like probably like 3 hours to get through, it starts to be a pretty long game for Metroidvania and a solo dev if you're gonna, I mean, with the proposed 5 areas plus a secret hidden 6th area, you know, we're talking like potentially like 18 hours of Metroidvania. And like I said, when I beat Bloodstained, it did not take me 18 hours. I'm gonna go ahead and put it that way. And that game was made by a huge team. There's a lot that goes on, a lot of unique stuff. It's not like Hollow Knight where a lot of the stuff looks the same. They didn't really have to make a lot of unique anything. At that point, you can make your game huge because you just recycle a lot. To be fair, I'm going to do some recycling too. But I'm more story-driven than that because... Not as story-driven as a AAA though. What was I going to do? I was going to do something. I totally lost track of the thought when I was planning. Oh yeah, I was thinking about wanting the painting here or not. I don't have different paintings for each area. I considered it. But that's kind of low priority. Probably not a bad place for a painting, honestly. It puts you next to, like, what, the brick or something like that? There's a moon door to get you between the areas. I kind of feel like I should hand out the moon sooner rather than later. I probably want 4. The first one's in the Hidden Grotto, sure. This one here represents kind of the midway, I think. I mean, I don't want to put one near the Hidden Grotto because there's no real point in having one there. I could have one like the Executioner's Room probably would be a next one. That's really close to the boss. Also, this wall's screwed up. Nice. What happened here, buddy? I don't know, let's duplicate it though. And then just delete 27. Weird. What happened? Grab this, do this. All adjacent. Okay. These rooms are not very good. I could put pirate things all over the walls and everything too. Make it like a multi-tiered thing. I don't think I want water here necessarily. Because one of the options is I could sit there and just go along the walls and just have things you could jump up and down on. I just don't know. Like, this room's so small to do that. But I don't have anywhere else for a pirate city, so... I mean, the room's not that tiny. It's just tiny by comparison to the jumbo room, which allow me for a huge amount of things I can do in them. Like here, you could jump up on top of some of these, I suppose, and try to get something going on. You can't jump high enough to land on that anyway, but... Probably jump on this. And then you could get on the other. So I could do something along these lines and make you jump from building to building. do want to do something with these. I just don't know. I've been arguing about this room for a bit with myself. This room and, of course, the unknown room. Which I have no idea what I should just do with it. But anyway, let's say we have the brig here. So this is a pretty central location. And it's at least far enough removed from this room that you got to run all the way up here, get into this, then run all the way around to get to this one. So it's actually relatively well placed, I would assume. I can make it less convenient, though, and put it in one of these side rooms, which is not a bad idea either. I don't know, I mean, the other one had, like, a painting in the start. Duh. And then one in the toy maze, which was also surprisingly inconvenient. One in the library, which was very convenient. And one in the forbidden hallway, which was right before the boss and sort of convenient. That way was a lot less backtracky, I think. Like, you did backtrack in it sometimes, but you didn't backtrack as much as you backtrack here. Here you backtrack a lot to find things. There's a lot less optional things. I'm putting a little optional things now. Of course, the other one didn't have a lot of optional things at first either. Not whole optional rooms. And here I'm probably going to try to fit optional rooms into... Question mark? I don't know, part of the problem is this giant city area that I want for the next thing. I may or may not add to this area, but I really didn't want to spend 2 entire floors on this place, so I kind of want to play around a little bit. I did add a bunch of rooms in here, technically. This is like multiple rooms in a way. At least 2, but in a way like 3. Wow, at the bottom area here is like a 3rd one. I might make it like the throne to the emperor or something like that. That's not a bad thing there. This is not optional anymore, so I needed 3 pump rooms, so that's fair. I don't hate this location. Yeah, I think I like it better than up here. Up here is fine, I guess. I mean... I guess the upside of here is that it's less convenient intentionally, even though it looks a little less interesting, I guess. I gotta ask myself if I like it better up there now. I'm gonna click everything again without the other click, just in case I'm grabbing something different. I'm gonna leave those where they're at, and I'm just gonna move this way. Gotta love that planning phase, right? Can seize effect where you can save and basically a way to heal. Also a way to rescue toys. Typically speaking, I try to put the paintings in the same room that you rescue a toy. Mostly for loading reasons versus anything else. Do I like this over here? I mean, those things do look mystical. I mean, there are a lot of other tables here, that's true. I don't hate this location because you'll pop out and it's a nice pretty location to see. Like, you pop out of the other one and it's kind of not very nice, right? Like, you got this nice look down here, but then you got to be all the way down here on this other one. It's like... Or you pop out down here. This pops you out near a secret. This is a more convenient location. Except for when trying to rescue the toy. Like if I put a toy down here underneath this thing to rescue, it's really not very hard to get her over to here and rescue her. It'd be more effort to get her all the way down into here to rescue her. Which would be attacked the whole way. Which I don't hate. I almost want Charlotte wandering around this room. I'm not sure how I'm going to make Charlotte a threat at this point in like this floor. I wanted to at least have a room where she's obnoxious and not crawling around all the time. The other option is to put it up here. I don't know if I like that idea. I don't know if I want to remake this entire wall again. I've already done it once. I did want pipes to go through here at one point. I could moon door it as well. Make the moon the most obnoxious thing ever where it makes it super fast. But it's kind of getting old after a bit. Like it's used so much in this area and you don't even get it here. Which seems kind of weird, you know? Like... Not sure how I feel about that. Man, I like both locations a bit. I don't like how easy it is to rescue this toy, though. Having her here is interesting because it's just a weird place to put them so that you have to look and you might not notice. But if you're over here, you might just notice instantly anyway. You put her on an island, too. And you have to, like, pick her up and carry her. Assuming it's this toy you rescued. I don't know. I don't know. That's a good placeholder. I'm not gonna lie, I like the look of this better. I think is the issue. I like when you pop out, you'll see this, and I think that's a better look to have than when you pop out and you just see like this. So we'll go ahead and assume that that's... I'll keep it up there for now, I think. I admit I don't know what I'm put down here, though. Like, if I don't have this here, I'm not sure what even goes in this space, because there's not... Well, I'll make a puzzle to get up here. That's fine, I have a use for this space. Talk myself into it. Okay, so the unknown room, I don't know what to call it yet. The brig is obviously useful, but I don't want to put a painting there, it makes no sense. Pirate Cove is another option for painting. I'm going to put one there. There's already one right at the end. So... this one's pretty far in at this point, depending upon how easy it is to get back. The problem with the painting is, once I establish a painting, you can easily get back. Like, it's not hard to get back, because you can just jump through the painting and jump to where you want to go, and then that's like... yeah, like, not that difficult. But, I mean, what are my other options here? Like, this is probably one of the farthest away rooms at that point, this room here. Do I want a painting here? I mean, is there a reason for a painting here? Sort of. Because by then you'll have gone through a bunch of rooms and you could jump into a painting here, but... So much space is just used up by everything. It doesn't take much of this. I don't make it that hard to get a lot of these things. Well, actually, to be fair, where is the brig key handed out? I never wrote down the layout of this particular area, so I'm still trying to remember where I put it. I intended this to be... Was this the brig key? Alright, graveyard. So you need Sally's treasure key, which is gotten in the brig. Oh, Sally's room key? Yeah, sure. I'll let you back out so you can get into these 2 rooms. I guess that kind of opens a way. We'll just put it in here for now. Or we can also take a wall with us. Sure. I wanted the wall. Why not? Let's grab this one. Level design takes a long time. I don't know if this has been apparent to anybody yet, but level design takes a long time. Making a level does not take a long time. Making the level actually a fun gameplay experience, that takes a long time. Got to plan what they're going to do. Got to have a route, then you got to have a, okay, well, now that I have this route, how am I going to make this route take even longer? Yes. I don't have a lamp. I guess I'm putting these lamps everywhere instead of the other lamps. That's fair. If it's like some executioner's place, I probably should have these lamps. Obviously, I'm going to replace some of the things that are in here with other stuff. I just don't have anything made yet. I need some idea of what I want before I make it, so I always have to make a layout of something just to get an idea of what I want it to look like. Otherwise, I have no idea. Also, sometimes I just make stuff. That's true. Execution chamber. I keep calling it executioner's room, but it's execution chamber. I don't know, I didn't just go to this and copy paste it. I guess I'll double check that I spelled it right. Sure did. I don't really want the lampposts very many places. They're cool in certain areas, but in the more piratey themed areas, I don't know about that. Also, I think as time goes by, I'm going to make everything a lot more pirate themed than it looks now. That seems to be true. Gotta move them individually. Oh. Those here. I basically want some sort of, well, execution stuff here. Something that looks grisly, but like grisly in like, theme park grisly, like grisly as in actual people killed here. Not saying people don't die in this building, just saying they don't die in this particular room, even though it is called the execution room, or executioner's chamber, or execution chamber. Something. I call it. I don't know if I have anything of that nature though. Not a very tall room. Weirdly enough, the things that tend to be the most, you know, people dying are all the weird little church thingies. They often have like dungeons and things. Oh, that's right. There's a dungeon with torture things in it. Forgot about that thing. This is called Dungeon, I believe. I don't know which one it was because I have a lot of them, but is this the one? Oh. You gain access to the skeletons and cages thing. Is that something I want? I mean, like... Actually, for the pirate graveyard, that might not be terrible. I do want this one. I think. Whatever, it's not like my project could be even more ridiculously big. It can always be more ridiculously big. It's just how it is. It's just always really big. When I have lots of copies of this project, as you can see, this is the one we are currently futzing with. It's not going to be a stylized one. Obviously, I'm not going to use 90% of this crap, but like I say, half the little, like, you know, dungeons look like churches. It's really weird. One of those things, I guess. Not that one. That's why I like that. Stylized. Problem with stylized is not usually close enough. It's just too far off. It isn't worth the time. Medieval dungeon. I just want to execute people. Is that so wrong? Seriously. I was kind of for something that looked a little... Well, stockades. Kind of cool. That's about all it brings, though. Stockades. Kind of lame. Fantasy dungeon environment. Really? That's depressing. Oh yeah, this was the one that really liked that skull thingy. It shows it like in every other picture. I remember this. Some of this is neat, like I like the various skeleton thingies, but I don't know if I need all that. There's a disturbing lack of execution devices. Have you noticed this? Like, here I am just looking for easy ways to kill people off in horrible ways, and with them. Not a thing, like... I mean, I guess this technically is a dungeon. It doesn't feel very dungeony, does it? Also seems really tiny. That was depressing. Yeah, it's everything that's even remotely dungeon related that I have. And I think I have all the pirate crap installed. Yeah. I have to think about this one. That's okay. I mean, tomorrow's more free assets from Fab anyway, so who knows what I'll get. And if I come up with something better, I'll use it. And if not, well, I'll figure something out. It's fine. I just installed the dungeon thingy, though. What's this depth below? What this? Graves? Ooh. Oh, is that the name of this thingy? Maybe it is. It is. It's called Depths Below. Well, there you go. I kind of want this little skeleton thingy for the treasure room, actually. Maybe. Do I? I don't know. Maybe. Almost doesn't fit, right? Like a pirate treasure thingy. I considered having Well, having this on here is more like Aztec type of treasure or whatever, you know, or something along the lines that you would find like in a Pirates of the Caribbean thing where there's like cursed gold or something. They go to some island somewhere where, you know, natives have left some sort of thing. Whereas this guy... I mean, maybe. Feels a little off to me. Like, not quite what I want. Also, it's supposed to be giant, but you can tell how big everything is in my world. It feels so centerpiece. Also, you'd be like a 1.5 actually be about how he would fit in this room. So if I got rid of this giant chest here, he could have the chest in front of him. Is that better? I'm not a huge fan of this giant chest. But also, there's nowhere to put the other chest if that's the case, right? Like, what makes this chest cooler than every other chest if it's not on top of that? I don't like it. I thought it would be cooler, but I just tested it and just, I don't know. I wanted to see what it looked like. Maybe I'll still have a use for it, but I don't think I do. Sarcophagus. Wooden planks, no. Statues. Are statues any cool? Maybe. I do need some statues. Unless I make my own, which might happen. I love how adorably small things are. Oh. That would be good for like the Death Tarot. That might be exactly the same statue. I did pick a different one. I picked 7 versus 8. It's the same statue. I was thinking I'm gonna take a bio break here real quick. It's just all death statues. Okay, well, I get it. Anyway, I'll let people stare at something. Maybe we can stare at the pirate right here. Have fun. I'll be back soon. I definitely need a bio break. Yeah. Let us continue. I was looking to see if these are anything cool or not, or if I just didn't like anything. What this? I mean, statues aren't that bad. I don't know what to do with them. Esophagus, giant skeleton, some rubble. A bunch of things over here. Offense. Corpses. They look good. I don't know. Sure. Not really. They're like okay, I guess. Random sensor thing. Not every idea I've had so far has been good, obviously. I don't know if you noticed this, but some ideas I will throw away because the ideas suck. And there were ideas from the previous level I threw away too because they suck. And it is entirely possible this one gets thrown away too. Just a bunch of candles and a little more candles. Comes with a cage. Okay, maybe this thing wasn't what I was hoping for. I was really expecting something a little better than this. But so far, I don't really like anything it brought to the table. I think you've had anything else even remotely interesting, but I think it's just kind of a delete it from the project type of affair. Yeah, I'm being good. I'm removing things from the project. Doesn't happen very often. But I also didn't know. I don't know why I closed the thing without actually doing that. Something like Depths Below. It sounds like a pirate thing, doesn't it? And it just isn't. Like, not piratey at all. I mean, it's a dungeon, so I guess it's fair, but Depths Below just, it sounds ocean-oriented instead of, well, nothing. Part of me wants to have more rooms to this place, but then at the same time, I'm running out of ideas for rooms for this place, so. Yeah. I don't care about undo history. I didn't click clear on it. That's my fault. Managed to delete everything yet? We still waiting there, buddy? It's just being slow. Give me a second. 17 people watching on YouTube. Slowly picking up. Which, you know, not so much. I think combat is probably the most interesting thing over playthroughs of the game. I think that gets the most people to sit there and watch. Level design, sometimes. Coding, not usually. I'm just waiting until it figures itself out. There we go. Install it, takes no time whatsoever. Go to use it, test it out or something. Oh my god. Actually, if you never ever save it, then it's real easy to delete it. If you save it, you're in for a bad time. On the plus side, should be just one more day. That one more day until the new free stuff. Which, if I'm still streaming at 7 in the morning, I get to check out. I might be. Depends. I haven't streamed that much lately, so possibly. A lot of it's just how hype I am on whatever I'm currently working on. So it's like at 9 hours, so if I'm really into whatever I'm working on, 10 or 11 hours is totally possible, but if I'm just like not that excited by what I'm currently working on, we'll see. Keeps getting me all hyped, and it gets to the end of one bar, and it's like, nope, nope, another bar. I really need to think about the whole like jungle pirate theme going on here. I do still want a room where you have to deal with Charlotte. I just don't know where yet. About the secret garden, there's so much going on in that room already. And the hidden grotto is just not set up to deal with her. So unless I created a special room just for her, which might happen actually, I could do that. I'm using so much of this floor already. What I could do though is I could take the top portion of the other floor, like a, you know, basically take more of the fourth floor, make a room specifically to deal with Charlotte, and then remove a bunch of the lower section. It didn't make a lot of sense, I guess. Like right now, the Pirate Cove room is like the worst room. Like I don't know what to do with that. It's too small to feel like it's useful. It feels like I joined two closets together. Because basically what I did. I don't want another water room because I already got two water rooms, and that makes no sense to have yet another one where you're pushing buttons. Like the first one, sure, something new. The second one, hey, you know, it opens up all these crazy underground cavern things to wander around in. And that's something different too. But a third time it would be a rehash of probably one of the two things, which would make no sense. That. One where you want to lower then raise the water so you can get somewhere, and one where you want to lower the water so you can get into a cave system. I thought this would be way faster. I did not realize it would take this long, but whatever. Gives time to think about what I'm working on here. I already have a bunch of gardens though. Like, I mean, I could have like an island cannibal thing or something like that. Like you get farther into the island and you discover that it's full of cannibals or something like that. That would be a little fitting of a whole pirate type of thing. Or I could just make the extra room like a port room. Like replace Pirate Cove with that. Then have to remake some walls because I left doors there. And then underneath the washroom will just be Toy City. That'd probably be a little better. Right now, the location, it just doesn't make any sense what I'm doing with that area. And like I said, I have nowhere where you're dealing with Charlotte, which I don't want her to fall out of relevance either. Apparently people say I'm so quiet. I wonder if I'm quiet on this too. Usually if I... the volume up I can hear myself, right? Can you hear myself? I mean, I could have like an island cannibal thing or something like that. Like you get farther into the island and you discover that it's... I sound somewhat... I don't know. People were saying that tutorial I made was just not audible, and I'm like, well, I could hear it just fine. How to understand? What am I missing? Okay, like... did not think it would take this long to delete these. I really didn't. I need to clean this project up. 5.6 has been real slow about everything. So I'm starting to wonder if that's... a 5.6 is just having trouble. Of course, the other one, those palm trees had problems, right? Where they didn't want to work right. And they kept freezing the delete, even though it shouldn't have. And I'm pretty certain those came from one of the fab free thingies that they, you know, gave out every 2 weeks. I did not buy any pirate stuff. Except for something from a humble one. Which, you know, happened to have something, but that was like an underwater thing. It wasn't even any kind of cool anything, really. Look at the various bundles on Humble. Nothing new. Fair enough. It is moving over slowly. What's everyone up to? Anything exciting? Do some AI stuff. There's not a lot I want to do with the other earlier stuff other than maybe I need to balance a bunch of things, really. I gotta settle on a combat, actually an upgrade system. Is it just going to be purely finding things? If so, then how am I upgrading damage or like abilities so that they're relevant later? Right? Because I don't have a way to do that. Am I just really going to have you do the exact same damage the whole time? I guess it worked for Hollow Knight. I mean, they did have an upgrade system with their little runes, so it was real slow going, but it was an upgrade system. So I need something along those lines to really balance things, which is kind of the problem I have right now. It's like, how do I balance something when I don't know what I'm balancing for yet? I've been arguing myself quite a bit on that one. I don't have a good answer. I could pretend, but I don't. I just do not have a good answer. We good? Okay. Glad we got that out of the way. These were kind of fun with all the weird heads and things like that. I could do a cave. I remember calling it this just because I had nothing better to call it. Not because I thought it was particularly useful, but... the other option I'm thinking here is, what if I take this top portion here and turn it into a room where you deal with Charlotte? And I RFG this crap because I really don't know what to do with it. It's very disconnected from the rest of the place. The good news is I don't have to redo this door. It would just be a room right there. So let's say I Actually, let's just make a thingy, I guess. Not what I'm looking to do, but thank you. Not sure why I'm using this particular material, but that's fine. It doesn't really matter. For Charlotte to be relevant in a room, the room needs to be huge. Because she is, by her nature, huge. And like I said, I need a Charlotte. I always hear weird noises. It's like a thumping. Stopped immediately though, just about. Heard a couple thumps and then nothing. I should probably investigate it. I'll be right back. Just in case it's someone trying to break in or something. It is 2:37 a.m. I guess. Let's chalk it up to old house. I mean, it's kind of an old house, so, you know. I think it's like 70 years old or something. Maybe it's haunted. If so, why is our AC bill so high? Like, seriously, Ghost. One job. One job. Keep that AC bill low for us. That's all I'm saying. You also make it just, you know, overpoint the ghost, just turn up the ghost so that it's actually, like, you know, cooler in the room. Like that. Especially when it hits over 110, that'll happen. Ugh. I am not looking forward to that. I don't think I'll even go outside. I'll probably just hide. Kind of what I do all the time during the summer. Just hide. If it's like, you know, 90 or something, I'm okay with that. But yeah, I don't know about this other. It just seems kind of overrated. So let's say I put her in this. Let's say that's a thing, and I get rid of this bottom section. That what I want to do? Not gonna lie. There is some design flaws going on here that I'm not a fan of. Also, there was this block here, by the way. I decided to point that out, that was actually there. I can actually just grab this glass here and just change it up to that. And now I have a whole other thing. So I do this, and then I get rid of this bottom area. That gives Toy City this huge area here, and it goes down. Is that what I want to do? Like I said, this eats so much floor space, though. This entire thing here eats a huge thing. But I guess I don't have to... Well, I wanted 5 victims. That's the problem. And I really don't want it to turn into this scenario where it's so big that it's just... I'll never get it done. But I suspect Toy City will have the same problem. In the Great Board, I wanted to be on the ground floor, but I actually wanted that to be a lot less vertical for whatever reason. Sometimes I think the order of these could have been better. But the reasoning behind the order is actually more events of the story, not for gameplay reasons, which is why I'm running into some issues here as I try to figure it out. Not saying there's no good idea, just saying there's some questionable ideas afoot. Why would Charlotte be in this room? What would Charlotte like about this room? Also, this room is huge. I mean, it would be a room big enough to deal with her if you wanted to. Putting her in as a gameplay element is kind of hard and a little weird in Metroidvania. I'm not gonna lie, it's definitely running into some interesting problems. I'm racking my brains on it. I mean, I really wanted to basically play children's games with you, right? She's largely playing tag early on. And this could easily be red light, green light. You could also just do the thing where if you're looking directly at her. Then she will not move, but the second you look away, she'll start moving towards you. Oh, well, that'll play out there, but I'm considering this idea here. And then potentially just ditching this room, which I don't like. But again, now I'm using almost, you know, almost 2 floors for this. For a thing that I don't even have a very good idea for. That's the problem, that there's no very good idea available. Like, I still have to decorate out these pump rooms and everything like that. This could actually be a much smaller room too. Like, it doesn't need to be this big. Like, this could actually be like half the size for a pump room thingy. But I want you to get in via the window. But what I could do is put a door right here, move this over, make this room a different size. Let's make it closer to like the same size as this. What am I doing? I have a wall exactly where I want it to be for testing here. So let's say I put that there, I break this away here, and instead push this farther forward. This room here will get... Where did your wall go? What happened? I have questions. This whole wall is just gone? Where did you go? Okay. I must accidentally click delete with it selected or something and not noticed. Fantastic. Well, I don't know when I did that, so yeah. But what I can do is open a previous version of the game and just copy paste it out of that. Technically, I saved it already in here anyway. This was the most recent backup. Definitely not that one. Eventually the backup one is pretty good. This one's probably fine. With its ugly logo. Year. Anyway. Oh, I'm staring at that waiting. I can't move it here because those windows. Damn, that's true. I gotta move it slightly over. If I can do this with it. The other one I'm gonna open. Same level. I just had to merge these two, didn't I? Damn. There we go. Just steal it from the old version. Disaster averted. Close the old version of the game because I don't care anymore. Just a fun, dirty trick that you can do. Oh, I got that sideways neck pop. Sideways neck pop is the best neck pop. Hard to get, and it feels the best. Would this be enough to make it interesting to fight her? I was thinking of forcing you to have to go through basically 2 sets of doors here, so basically you would have... Let's go ahead and just grab this and move it over. I end up subdividing rooms quite a bit by the end of this, so... However many rooms it takes to get the job done, I guess. Yeah, these pump rooms can just be really tiny, and I'm fine with that. And that gives like a weird hallway you enter from there. I know I have one of these doors somewhere. Do something along those lines. I'd shrink this room if I wanted to. Something forcing it to be that size. Cool to have a mirror maze, but then I saw how hard it is to do mirrors in this. Not that it's hard to make them, but it's hard to make them like memory efficient to the point where you don't hate yourself. So it's like, I do kind of like having a little hallway here. Maybe I need more rooms that are just themed around normal building stuff. I don't even know. This thing used to obviously be switched to smaller, but... Maybe I give up the idea of it being a theme park so much it's just kind of like a weird maze for the player or something. I don't even know. It's not that I hate the idea of being a theme park, but what I'm seeing is anything built for humans is not always all that fun for Poppet. But if you build everything too small, then what happens is it doesn't feel like a game, like she's tiny anymore. It just feels like a normal game. There's definitely a tightrope being walked here. That's okay. I'm not expecting the game to be amazing in a short time. Like, I'm expecting to have to reiterate like crazy make the stuff fun. And I went through the first level a bunch of times, and I'm still going back through it. Potentially, I might actually change up a little bit of how I do things and maybe make it where it's not there's so many biomes. They're divided by chapters, not necessarily biomes, though. That's true. Because at some point, chapters make the most sense. I'm definitely considering the whole 4 chapters. Oh, actually, the 4 chapters thing, yeah. Makes less sense, though. There needs to really be 5 other victims for the story to make a lot more sense. Problem is a lot of them don't matter so much as that there's 5 matters a lot more. Like, I could replace a lot of them with a different victim, and I don't think it'd make a huge difference, but... Maybe. Oh, maybe this is where the wall went. Is this where that wall went? Or is this a different wall? What is this wall? Why is this wall? I have questions. So, you can do this, have a door open into here. I'm gonna call it the observatory, it's a weird name for it. This door thingy is way too small, by the way. Whatever. Not super relevant right now. I'll probably restructure a lot of the rooms later. It's just a question of how much space are we talking here. Like, if for a real... I mean, I can move it all the way over here, because a real battle against Charlotte would need to be huge, usually, just like the playroom. This doesn't lead anywhere, though. Unless I take this and make it into a bunch of small rooms, which I could do. Oh yeah, it's the best viewer spot. Yep. Which is deader than dead these days. I will hammer the spot though. I think instead of like pirates so much, I should actually go with Neverland as my theme for this. Let's take a look here. Rock, Mermaid Lagoon. I don't have any mermaids yet, that's true. Indian Village. I could do something along those lines. Cook ship. Lost Boys. This really doesn't have a lot of locations that are interesting, does it? I mean, it can still fit pretty well with that. The only things I don't really have is a Crocodile Creek. Just swamp. Skull Rock can be somewhat close to the Treasure Room already. Mermaid Lagoon. There's actually a lot more water in that than I thought. Plenty of adaptation thingies, though. Interesting indeed. I'm looking for some inspiration, because originally I thought it was like the pirates thing. And having a pirate, everything like a Neverland type of thing with like it's Neverland and pirate. That's okay, I guess. Some stuff is a little, obviously the washroom is just, you know, its own separate little fun thing, I guess. This kind of fits the whole treehouse feel, I suppose. If there's nothing in the room, you can tell I'm still working on what I want to do with it. I'm just considering how you would even fight Charlotte at this point. That's a big problem I have. It's like Shadow of the Colossus, but you're not really fighting her so much as you're just trying to avoid her in some kind of child's game. Which one could argue is probably not that great of a thing to include. You're probably not wrong. To be fair. You're probably not wrong at all. And then do the top with leaves. Oh, sorry, with grass. I should almost just ignore the ignore worrying about what the next chapter is going to be like. I should probably use however much space is necessary to make this chapter fun. Right? Like, I'm so concerned about how I'm going to fit everything in this building. But should I be? And I consider just having a toy city in the next area, but then also I'm not even sure how I'm going to turn that into levels, to be completely honest. I think the real... where it really makes this game shine is those areas where Poppet is made to feel tiny. And what isn't all that cool is every area that seems like it's built for the toys. That's kind of been my experience so far. Like for boss arenas, I gotta do what I gotta do. And sometimes I try to make them look cool for what they are. And then Voodoo's boss arena doesn't look like it's built for toys either. And the secret garden gets a pass because the little, you know, pipes underneath and everything like that make you feel tiny in the first place. Like you're already in some tiny little area. I mean, that's fitting. I guess to be fair though, there aren't many areas that are designed to be not like, actually I have these up here too, I forgot about them. That are designed to be for the toys. Like early on I had a couple areas built for the toys, but after that, kind of don't. Like the toy maze is built for, you know, toys. It's a bunch of pipes to run through. That's built for toys. There's a few areas in the first area, like, that's interesting. When I was designing that, I didn't think about that. I've actually kind of skipped out on a lot of those. Should I make areas designed for toys? Like every once in a while, they're interesting. They let me have a different design, you know, or different play feel to them. It's a little more like a level in a way, or like a normal level. But I've gone so grandiose with this one there that it doesn't have that feel anymore. But I don't hate the feel of this area. I think that it's almost needs to be squished. I think the idea is becoming played out. And I'm struggling to find new rooms, but to be fair, this happened with the other two where it felt played out. And I kept finding new rooms to add, and over time. Yeah, like stuff like this doesn't feel like it was It feels different because it feels like it's made for a toy. This feels like it was made for a toy. And then this room, not so much. And then this room, once again, made for a toy. But then after that, there really aren't any rooms that feel like they were made for a toy. Like even over here, a human could fit inside this. Feels a little bit like it with some of this stuff up here, kinda. But then you go over to here, and once again, this is not built for toys. Not built for toys. Definitely not built for toys. Still not. I mean, the storage room is just a bunch of boxes. It doesn't look like it's built for toys either. Also needs to be reworked because it's keep changing it around. And then this looks like it was built for kids because it's about the right height for a kid to crawl around through it, obviously because Charlotte is huge and therefore we need to have that. Not built for toys. Not built for toys. Still not built for toys. And again, like, so it was like a design concept that I used really early on 3 times and have never used since. Because the entire next area has nothing of the sort. Like, it has nothing at all. With, like, the secret garden being the closest thing they have to, for something for toys. Specifically. But largely, even the smaller areas, you're trying to get around through things that already are there. Or you can do the fish tank, which, I mean, the fish tank is... Honestly, well, I think a human can almost squeeze through this, probably. I could also just remove this thing here and not have that there as well. But... Fish tank. Big fish tank. Nothing made for toys. Nothing made for toys. This little vent thing, so this kind of feels a little bit like it's made for toys, but it could just be rocks holding everything up, too. Toys. Not toys. I don't have anything in there. Kind of just seems like a normal room. This is the closest thing to made for toys out there. Kids could kind of play around on it too, I suppose. That's pretty close, I guess. But yeah, like... Huh. Could I make a toy room? One of the problems is if I intend for people to wander through it, it doesn't make sense if it's... They can't. You know, if it's like physically impossible to run through it. Huh. I mean, I think there's probably already like over an hour of content in general at this point in this area. Before I even think about adding this area. But I do want Charlotte to be a problem. I also want more creepy things in here. I also don't need these buttons here. Oh, I didn't change these. What am I supposed to change on these? Does anything matter? Okay, I changed those, so that's fine. God, I needed to do that. Guess I already did. Alright, guess I did that. I'll go jump on one just to make certain it works. I legitimately can't even see if it works. I can see from here, though. That definitely works. Jump on it again. What? Go back up? Or just takes a moment, that's all. Or I just don't notice. Yeah, it goes up, sure. Okay. Remove those. I'm pretty happy with this room overall, except for these things up here. Oh, hey, Sleepy Mushroom 1906. Yep, got my IK going on. Living my best thug life. Running around doing my stuff. Important. Why is it important? I don't know, but it's important. I guess. Sure. You a game dev? Are you one of us? Oh my god, are you one of us? One of the few, the proud. Ah, crap, but there's sure a lot of us actually, to be fair. But you're lazy? That's fair. I mean, listen. As long as you're having fun, does it matter? I mean, unless you're getting paid to do it. If you're getting paid to do it, I mean, hell, if you can afford to be lazy and get paid to do it, that's awesome. 10 out of 10 would do the same. Oh, it's a bit laggy, huh? I switched to 5.6, and ever since then, the lag has been off the charts. Too many prototypes that go nowhere. Oh my gosh, you're preaching to like the choir around here. There's so many people here that show up, and there's like, blah, 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 blah. I have all these ideas, and I just never get past the start. Yep. I always just tell them, hey, game jams. Yeah, thanks. A crazy world out here. They'll go away eventually. He's good though. Nice, nice. A very popular engine. I'll give it some credit where credit is due. People really seem to like it. I don't have any experience with it, so that's incorrect. I briefly looked at it sideways, but I honestly don't have the time to learn yet another engine, you know? That's really where I'm at on it. It's like, I could learn this, but I could also try to make a game. Have a new random encounter system. That 5.6 lag. So what sort of game are you making it? I mean, like, you know, say you've got lots of ideas. What sort of ideas? But normally it's not that bad, but for whatever reason, they 5.6 has been not my friend. Also, this is a heavily unoptimized area. I'm still building it, so I don't worry anything about that. Between that, streaming, the fact the game's not packaged, so I'm running Unreal Engine on it. I gain about 30 FPS by just not streaming it and packaging the game. But this is the still building it phase, so also that foot I can. Oh yeah, look at it go. Doo, 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 doo. Ow. I was showing off my foot IK. Really? I make weird things out of contraption, out of parts, so. Camera support, take images, a little screenshot action. Nice, nice. There's like a node that does that in Unreal Engine. I don't know how to do it in Godot though. Too true. I have no idea. I'm a renegade JavaScript dev who decided to run over to this. It was like, JavaScript is terrible for games, so I decided to do this instead. It's very true. It's not very good for games. Photo game? Nice, nice. What are you taking photos of? Got hit in the face by that thing. What a jerk. See what I got over there? I have photos in my game. Or if you open the menu, it takes a picture of whatever you're currently doing. You just go, whoop. I'm gonna make a way to save it. I have not made that way yet. I often try to get explosions behind me though in the photos, just because. Shot by a fireball. What a jerk. What a jerk. The little skullhead thingies are obnoxious. A little complicated the way I have it set at the moment. I have a separate camera. It's being rendered at the same time as the main camera. That's fair. I have cameras on my character for the front too that activate only when she's doing. That's kind of a cool picture. Hell yeah. I'm gonna save that one for my Discord. They'll just be like, what in the world? Yeah. Perfect. Is when I use the camera on the viewport today. Always update. Yeah. I just activate mine whenever I need it, and I don't run them otherwise because it's heavy. Pictures. Hey, such huge health bars. Probably fix that. Oh, that's fair. Well, what sort of game is it? I mean, do you just walk around the world and take pictures of like birds or something? Or are we like a Pokemon Snap game? Like, what are we taking? Like, what's your game about? Like, or is it just currently I want to take pictures in the world? Does your world have lore? Did I just fall in the water? Oh, I fell in the water. Oh, God. Technically, I would have died there, but listen, I'm cheating, so I don't care. I am the cheat. I only take pictures of bizarre mushrooms. Mushroom Cultivator Simulator. Wait, what? To be fair, that would be pretty funny and weird. I'd be like, well, that's a thing that I've never heard of before. Of course, I just suggested it, so I guess I've technically heard of it before. It'll be weird. And therefore unique. More detective stuff, murder mystery vibe. Oh, that's cool. You like a point and click adventure type of thing where you kind of wander around and take pictures of stuff, or solve some puzzles sort of thing. I guess a walking simulator is probably the more puzzle version of that kind of thing, right? Real time. Fair, fair. Did not shut the waterfall off at all. Cool. Oh, it did. You can drop my Discord if you want. Spot. I used to let Discords be. I used to let links be in the chat or click on those, but then I got hacked by an itch.io link, and suddenly I don't like clicking things. If you have a YouTube link, I'm okay with that, but I guess if it's on Twitch, then they're all blocked at the moment. I didn't know how to block just one type of link. A bunch of us got hacked by this person. He was like, "Blah, blah, 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 blah. Look at my cool game." This game was not cool, by the way. Not cool at all. I might even say it was lame. It did look like a legit game. Jump on the button. Get hit by a fireball. What a jerk. Oh. That's fair. They're like candy. One must catch them all. Oh yeah. You understand my pain. All too well. I'm just like, nah, I don't trust anyone because, well... Yeah. It's not even the first time people have tried, too. Like, the number of times people show up in the chat and just start dropping links that are hacks, it's just... It's very high. I just want to help people out and, you know, showcase their games on stream and everything, and now I'm just like, after I had to spend 24 hours getting my accounts back, I'm so less inclined. I was so inclined for so helpful. Like, I'll help you test your game, no problem. Right. You can tell me about it though, if you want. I'm just running a test this level area to see if things play through. Even though I haven't completed like half the rooms. Oh, I actually made it where it's impossible to beat. That's unfortunate. Whatever. Oh, well, I'll get through the first half. Unfortunately, I don't know how to block just one type of link, so I just ended up blocking all the links on there. You can try to post it, and if it's like, if it lets me see the link, I can just, you know, look at the link that way, prove it. I don't know. Always welcome to try. It just shows me a bunch of stars. How do I view it then? Maybe I can solve this mystery. I'm a lousy mod for my own thing, by the way. I don't know if you know this, but you have to actually read all these things and figure out where all the mod stuff is. I have no idea. No. I don't. I could do all those things, but I could just also not click people's links too. I got enough things in my time right now where I'm like, I don't care. Yeah, I just don't have a lot of time. I work 2 jobs. Well, I work this, and then I also work a regular 40-hour-a-week job. In between the two, I'm always behind in testing things, and I'm trying to release this game in like 14 months at this point. And I am working on like the 3rd hour of content. It's not like I've got nothing going on, but yeah. So I'm always behind in testing things. People are like, why don't you do this? I don't have time. I don't have time. I want time. Just show my icon, show moderator actions. Chat appearance, deleted messages. I gotta get myself a mod. I do some of them, like I made her. I make a lot of the female characters because I'm basically making a game where a bunch of women are killed and their souls from adults. It's basically based on like Jack the Ripper for all intents and purposes. If he killed people and put their souls in dolls. I made a lot of those. I make the building. Like I make all the floors and buildings and stuff like that. I don't make things like chairs and stuff. I didn't make the trees or anything like that. I'm very big on using humble bundles and anything Fab gives me for free. The water is just a cube that I put a water texture on, but I did not make that water texture. I kind of just build all these weird things along the way and everything, but and then my steampunk city out here, of which I made some stuff. I made hollow pipes and things. Turns out steampunk stuff doesn't really have a lot of hollow pipes in their stuff. So all the weird hollow pipes that are appearing up in these areas, I made those. They're splines, so I only had to make small sections, and then I could just spline them and bend them however I want. So you don't really ever have to actually, you know, make those things like that. I made one small section, and now I can have whatever I want. I love splines. They're beautiful. Not that I'm going to use this particular spline, but you get an idea. I actually have a whole other section. The first chapter is really close to where it needs to be. It's like at I need to add in story, and I'm kind of in a polish phase with almost every room here being what I want it to be. Because I'm still building that area. I'm literally just building it on stream as I go. I'll add more steam as I go as well too, but yeah. Like I'm literally placing stuff in the rooms as we go. Like the polish phase is happening later, where like this area I need to do more polish for this area. Because this area's got all kinds of stuff going on in it. Because it's just golden for all sorts of. I've been finding the particles are pretty heavy though, and I keep having to change things, so yeah. I just switched to 5.6, which forced a bunch of changes too. A lot of these gears and things moving here, like I start adding more steampunky things later. I guess first make an area that's more themed and then go from there. Oh yeah. I have all these altars for these various tarot cards. This is where you get the Fool. It makes squeaky noises. It's this thing here. Apparently I need to fix these too. Moving to 5.6 has caused a lot of problems. I'm just going to go ahead and say it caused a lot of problems. Out of the way. There's a few ways. There's an H-load system. So it loads based on distance, and there's 3 different H-loads. There's the stuff inside the building, which loads at 6,400 of whatever unit of measurement they're doing. And then, oh look, my mirror, woohoo. There's the building itself, I think is like a double that, and then there's a city outside that loads it much larger than that. You can see the big distances, so I don't have to worry as much about it. Once you get out of these areas, like these are spawned in by the room itself, but outside of these areas, I have a spawning system based on the distance to the player, so the enemies always attack you. I don't know why the music's not playing. Like, once you get out here, you'll notice things start spawning in around you, like almost like random encounters and things. And if you get too far away, the thing will remove it. I have like a central intelligence, basically a puppet master that controls everything. It spawns in things near you. It controls the enemies, moves them around. Really smart. It's the AI for the whole game. Even handles bosses. Beyond that, those are the main things I do. There's room things, like certain things are loaded in by the room itself, and each room has a basically an overlap box that I run into, and that tells her that she's in the right room. But yeah, I used to have things loaded in specific areas in the room, but then what I found was that didn't work very well because disable all the text that's annoying me. It just was so heavy. Like I gained like 20 FPS the second I changed it. And then I lost it by switching to 5.6. Oh wait, that sucks. 5.6 is an abomination. Why is this light not on? Because it has the Waifu Creator 9000. That's what I'm gonna call it. The metahuman thingy. There's supposed to be some new features, but unfortunately, I probably should have just waited a little bit. Because they always come up with new things, and like right now they have the metahuman thingy that's way better than it was. It's now built right into the engine. Just lets you make people, and they're hyper realistic. You can make them a little less realistic if you want. Which I've been trying to experiment with. Like, I can show you what I did. I haven't had time to really experiment with it much beyond the initial, oh look, this is kind of cool. Oh yeah. So first I experimented with things like that, and I put a I put a wooden texture on this doll here just to see what it would look like, and she came out a little stylized, not great. Then I found out that it could take a model, a regular model, and try to make the thing look like that character if the character was converted over. And for Poppet here, this is what they came up with. She looks young and weird, and wow, not what I was hoping for, but a little closer. This is its auto version. Like it made that. I was like, that's cool. I was experimenting again when they came with this version, where I tweaked it a little more to be a little older looking, and I made a different skin texture for it and everything like that to test it out. I just lifted the other stuff here though. He wasn't finished or anything like that. I just wanted to see what it would come out as. And she looked okay there. Yeah. However, when I put her in the game, she ended up looking like, well, this. Which you can see is not very nice looking at all. I have other pictures of her too. So I was like, okay, that sucks. I guess. It was okay, but yeah, I didn't put a lot of time into it. Also, her hair sucks, but it came with a bunch of hairs to just put on there. Yeah, my game's got more of a weird, dreamy type of style to it. It's like, you kind of have to accept that my world is more like a Pixar DreamWorks type of illumination type of feel, and not very realistic. So the realistic doesn't fit very well with it. And that's kind of been the problem. But I mean, the character I have right now, though, she looks like this. I guess I don't have the other closer front pictures of her. Front picture. Oh, there you go. helpful, really. Larger? Maybe not that large. Yeah, like this thing here. And it's just that her hair moves. Like that's why her hair does that, because her hair moves around. As you can see, it just moves around all over. So I don't have the very top of her hair moving because her hair will fall out. It looks pretty good moving around the game. Kind of sticks through her hat. She has a lot of hats, so, you know, none of the hats are necessarily perfect. That's fine. It is what it is. Yeah, you can see her moves around. Basically, the main mechanic of the game is that if you're in the darkness, you lose your sanity, but you gain curse power, which is like her mana. And it uses like, that's how she uses all her abilities. But if you, go back to the light, you gain your sanity, you just don't gain curse power. Yeah, it updates every frame. I was getting 50 to 60 FPS before the move to 5.6. So 5.6 is going to be a problem, but that's okay. I'll fix it. I'm sure the next update will be like a week from now anyway. There's one thing I've learned about Epic. They sure do like to update their crap all the time. Like, all the time. Like, has it been like 3 months? Oh my god, it's time for a new version of Unreal Engine. That's just a major update. Thanks, guys. I have no idea how to even bring that up, to be honest. It doesn't use all that much, though, because if you really want to see what she takes, if I just go to an actual empty level, an empty open world level, because that's what I'm on, go ahead and speed her up. If I can get to the center some year. I'm going to enable the thing so I don't have to see all the little things appear. Actually, FPS isn't even a concern at this point. I'm not even worried about it. Don't worry about that until you have to, because you're just doing your work twice. What? Let's see what frames I get here. Yeah, I'm not even getting that high of frames here. I get less frames than I used to on this. It's 5.6 added a lot of not great. Best way to put it. It's just not great. But I'm also streaming and running Unreal Engine on top of it. So it kind of, I get better FPS if I don't do that. But that's because my computer's a potato. Yeah, I'm struggling to get that. Like even the 50s. Actually, I used to get close to 60 on an empty map with the character. And now I don't. Now I don't. I'm standing still. Kinda. Sorta. Oh, now we're up to like 50. It kind of took a second. Now it's sort of moving better. Yeah, okay, now we're at like 50 something. So it took a little while to load it. That's pretty much the most I can hope for the most part. And I think if I turn off their clothing thing, it moves at like, I think 70, I think is the price. And I can actually do exactly that. If I open her. I have to open Poppet herself to do this. Well, I don't have to open Poppet, I have to figure out where she's at. If I can remember. Yeah, don't worry about it. Everyone's just like, you should optimize right now. There's no reason. There's literally none. Because Epic will come along and be like, oh, by the way. And then they'll fix the bugs that they just introduced in 5.6 and I'll gain like 20 FPS. And then when I go to package the game and don't play it, I'll already Yeah, well, I mean, I'll get 60 FPS before I switch to 5.6 when I have it packaged and I'm not streaming. But the problem is, I can't make my computer stronger. So streaming it and running Unreal Engine on top of it is a lot. My computer can't do it. But there are people coming out going, you gotta get the FPS to like 1,000,000 right now. Man. If I have a blank project with streaming and running Unreal Engine, I only get like 70 FPS. It's terrible. It's just because streaming is really heavy and so is Unreal Engine. So between the two of them, so I don't worry too much about it. Because, like I say, they'll come along and fix it. They do. But this one's their fault. Because I was already getting 50 to 60 before them. I've got two. I've got a 3060 Ti that handles all the streaming. It's got 8 gigs of VRAM. And then I have a 6700 XT, which has 12 gigs of VRAM. And that's the one that handles everything that isn't streaming. And that's kind of how it goes. And you can pretty much see how things are going right now. Because the GPU one is using 68 to like 73% just to run that. I don't remember what it was offhand. I have to look. I have a Ryzen 7 5700G. But as you can see, the CPU isn't really making much difference for the most part anyway. It only matters when you're compiling. Otherwise, it's the graphics card that does everything. Let me bring it up. I thought I told you to play, but I guess not. I have to shrink this down to get them both on the screen at the same time. So that's really how much it's using right now. All those things like that. And it's just a lot of my computer. And this is an empty level, you know? Like, this is a nothing. Wow, it's an empty open world. So it does have an HLUD going on, but again, like the whole 5.6 thing, I dropped 20 FPS because of that crap. I could switch back, but there's not much point because they update it all the time. So they'll fix the bugs, and then it'll be right back to being super fast again. And all this. I can't optimize for Epic's bad programming. I could try, but it's not going to work very well. Definitely try. But also, like I say, running on Unreal Engine itself is really heavy, so between the two, it's a lot. And that's because when running the game only loads small sections, right? Like, it doesn't load this whole world. The engine, however, loads like everything. I could tell it not to load sections if I want. That's true. Then I got to tell it to load it again if I want to look at it and use it. So it's basically got the entire game running at all times, on top of trying to play the game, which is really heavy. Oh, yeah, I usually don't worry too much about it. Because, well, I already did a bunch of optimizations. That's fair, but it also does things that make stuff possible that I could never have done. And at the end of the day, as long as, like, the fact that your game looks 1,000 times better than every other engine because Unreal just is like, by the way, we'll do this for you. I would never be able to get a game to look this good in any of the other engines. I've tried these other engines. It's real tough. They do so much work for me. But the thing you got to remember about Unreal Engine is don't use everything. Not everything is made to make games. Some of the stuff's used for like architecture and like videos and things like that. It's actually using less CPU here, by the way. Or sorry, GPU. By a fair amount. Huh. That's interesting. I mean, the FPS still sucks, but... You dancing? But yeah, I think that they produce a lot of crap that is horribly unoptimized. I'll be the first to tell you that half the things they released. Yeah, I'm getting worse FPS though. Worth noting. But yeah, like half things they release are like an experimental or beta phase. And I'm using a bunch of them too. So I mean, because they hype up some new technology, but they don't tell everyone, hey guys, it's like experimental. It's like beta. We haven't made it work yet. Like I'm using motion matching, and it's gone through two versions of Unreal now. Like 2 major updates. And half the plugins for it are still experimental. That's what lets it do all the crazy movement. They're hyping that as the next great movement. But yeah. Yeah, from the Witcher demo stuff, like all that stuff. Like, but the Witcher is not even going to look like that. That's a tech demo. Sure, that's going to be friggin' amazing, but the game ain't going to play like that. They always hype up all these things, but they don't tell you that half the things they're using are unreliable in the best world. But yeah, like it looks really cool. But I mean, I like to point out that there's a water plugin that showed up in Unreal 4.26. We're on, Unreal 5.6 now. It's still in beta. I'm just saying, it's still in beta. It's only been like 4 years or something. It's still in beta. I think Megalights is in beta at the moment, and I'm using that. And that lets you have any number of lights. And it did great. Like, as soon as Megalights came out, it was a game changer. I redid the whole item. I used to use a missive crap because Lumen hates lights. Lumen is awful. Holy crap, I hate Lumen. But Megalights was like, we fixed your Lumen for you. I was like, oh. And they're like, well, by the way, you don't even need Lumen. Oh. So I disabled Lumen. Nanite? Every time I enable Nanite, it requires DirectX 12. You know what happens? My game crashes and I get about 10 FPS. Thanks, Nanite. Yeah, it can. Here's the other thing, though, is I'm one guy. So what I can accomplish versus what their team of like 200 people or whatever over 5+ years, they're going to make something better than I'm going to make. I'm going to go ahead and say it. I have this sneaking suspicion that they're going to go with a better product. Yes. A lot of the stuff for this engine is designed for like huge teams, but that's okay. Because there's a lot you can do by yourself that's very impressive. It's just you got to learn where the indie stops and the AAA begins. Actually more like the AA begins. I hear people talking about like Expedition 33, and it's like, but they have like 34 people listed on their website, and they hire between 20 and 30 devs over the course of their thing. Like, you're not making that. What? Like, people were impressed that many people made that game, and I'm impressed too. But it's adorable to watch. Like, I mean, there's limitations. So basically, what I found is never do any work that you can shove off onto Epic, right? Because Epic will go out of their way to make all this cool stuff. Let them use the cool stuff Epic made. Don't do it yourself. Are you high? Why would you do that? You think my movement system is because I made it? Hell no. Epic made that. I was like, I could just jack that right into my own game. Thanks, Epic. Yeah. That's just it. I mean, like, indies are... You don't have to go... Well, I mean, to be fair, most of AAA games are so bloated in what they have, and they have all this crap nobody wants, and their costs are huge that for them to even do well, they'd have to sell an impossible number of copies. Most indie games, the budget's a joke. They sold a fraction of that, they'd be jumping for joy. Most indie games, you pull home $1 million, you're super happy. Those games need like $300 million to break even. So as long as your game is fun and has some interesting idea, that's all that really matters. Well, I mean, hair looking, it depends on the hair you're using, right? Like I'm using a strand-based hair for mine. And some hair is not strand based. I mean, you know, it can just be like, you can move with like material and stuff like that too. Well, the shimmery thing is because two reasons. First off, there's a light on the back of her so that she can see a little better, or see the player better. I don't actually know what to do right now. And the other thing is, it's just the material that her hair is. Like, you can give any material you want. You can build the materials if you want, anything you like. It's just, that's just the material I have for her. But I also am not looking for realism. Yeah, well, I mean, like any material, you can make the materials whatever you want. Like, you can make it where it's flat and not shimmery if you want. But you'd have to want to. You can do anything you want with materials in this. It's crazy. Like, even I have my understanding of materials is not even that great. I mean, I see people like they make the materials do the movement for them. I'm like, how? TA? What do you mean by TA? I'm terrible with abbreviations. People abbreviate way too many things. My brain is terrible at remembering names of everything. But I mean, any color can be changed. You can change the roughness of things. You can change anything. And like every single characteristic of a material can be changed to whatever you like. If you want. I mean, ain't nothing stopping it. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't really think that actually affects the look of it per se, so much as really just, like I said, you can make it whatever you like. You'd be surprised how much you can do. Like, I'm not using a lot of, I'm using DirectX 11 right now, and basically none of the extra graphics features of Unreal Engine. Because every time I enable DirectX 12, the thing just starts crashing like a fiend, and I'm like... So... all that new tech, you're like, but this new thing, I don't even use any of that. Nanite, I don't use any of that either. Why? Because you need DirectX 12. I was just saying. Oh, I don't bother to trust because I've already seen the opposite and already know the opposite is true. I've already seen what you can do with the materials. It's just you have to want to do that. I literally have a light shining on her to make her hair bright intentionally. I want it to shimmer. I want you to notice her red hair. But you don't gotta do these things. You don't even have to use TA if you want to. Like I say, I'm not even using the feature. Like, I don't even have it on. That's all DirectX 12 stuff. I ain't using any of that. My computer keeps crashing when I try. All those extra features, you're like, what is this? I ain't using that. I can't. DirectX 11's like, nah, bro. I'm about compatibility. So, that's what I've aimed for. Compatibility. With my own computer, so it actually runs. I think if the thing runs bad now, watch me enable DirectX 12. We'll spend our time watching me restart the engine. Champ. Like a champ. But that's what I do. Test it out every new version of the engine and go, wow, that sucks, and then disable it again. Takes a bunch of time to enable too. You gotta turn Nanite on and all the crap and everything. Virtual shadow maps, blah, blah, blah. Then you gotta tweak assets so you don't have anything that's like transparent on things because Nanite doesn't like transparent things. We're not even gonna talk about Nanite landscapes because all they ever do is break. Or they end up with little black triangles in there and permanently corrupt your landscape. I love that. That's fun. Nanite skeletons. Actually, to be fair, I think I have more trouble with the other than Nanite skeletons, so I'll give a little credit where credit is due. Nanite skeletons haven't really pissed me off yet. They're gonna try, I'm sure, someday, but that's okay. Yeah, thanks for chatting. You like stream or anything? So I can, drop by and say hi at some point. You can show me your project. That's the best time to be up. That's when all the good dev stuff happens. Anyone who says different is a heathen. Well, that's fair. Well, I stream basically 5 nights a week with the hope of finishing this game in 14 more months. I think I might have been high when I came up with that time. But yep, I keep terrible hours, so I'll be around. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Where did I put this key? Oh, I put it in here. Yeah, I should. It's a lot of fun. But mostly, I think the thing that it really does is force you to work on your project because I'm not going to lie to you. If left to my own devices, there's things like I could be watching movies, TV shows, I could be watching YouTube, scrolling social media, playing some random game. But if I'm streaming, I don't do that. At most, I get up, walk around a little bit and take a bathroom break and then go right back to working. So I'll get like 8 hours of almost pure work in that I will never get done if I'm not streaming. My game's progress sped up so fast. That's why I don't mind chatting with you, not doing a whole lot right now, because I get so much done that I'm just like, okay. Like, cool. It's not actually that hard to set up. It's actually, I just recommend going to YouTube and, running a search how to stream on X platform. And like Streamlabs is really easy. I mean, I switched to OBS recently, but I used Streamlabs for a long time, and it does so much of the work for you and comes up with cool overlays. I got rid of the overlay because people complained they wanted to see what I was working on. So I used to have an overlay. It was just like, I mean, like really easy and pretty worth it because at least in this, game dev community, they're very supportive and you often get rated. So you can actually build up an audience. That's hard to do in other categories. Well, there you go. If you already know how to use OBS, and it's really just about going to, I guess, Twitch and saying like, okay, what's the stream key for my thing? And then what's the URL in order to send to? And then you can find Twitch videos explaining the best, streaming settings, which they're usually about 5 minutes long. I always forget, so I always have to look up another video. And that's pretty much what happens. Every time I have to reset it, it's like, oh, I'll check out one of those videos again. I set everything up and I'm like, ooh. Can't wait to do this again later when I forgot all the stuff again. Now I have it set up to stream to Twitch, YouTube, and Kick. And using OBS. I was like, oh, why not? I'm already streaming to one. It's pretty easy to stream to all of them once you can set up for one. It's just yet another URL and a stream key, and you're golden. So I recommend it. Let me know if you ever start streaming. Drop you like a follow or something, and lurk you or something. Try to help you get an affiliate. We try to get everyone affiliates. Just what we do. Never enough game devs. No, hey Gezer, how's it going? Yeah, like I said, just let me know. I stream quite often, so I can be found easily. Yes. Yes, indeed. Plus, more cool people to talk to. Besides, Godot's actually pretty popular from what I can tell. Like, people seem to really want to hear about it. Like, I'm stuck. I'm staying with this engine because my brain only wants to. I don't need any more in there for that. I'm good. Ever sleep now? Sleep. That's fair. I sleep well. Let me say. I mean, you've already got it in the name, Sleepy Mushroom, so If you fall asleep on me, you warned me, right? I mean, it's in the name. I've been warned. Like, nobody can fault you. But yeah, sleep well. I'll be around. Not bad. Just got back from visiting another country. Knackered. What country? Catch you later, Sleepy Mushroom. Not that the music was that great, but listen to the music. You were supposed to duplicate, buddy. There we go. I love me some room info here. It made me an intro in my game the last couple days. I got a bit serious here. My logo faded. Nice, nice. It's just one of those rewarding things to see, you know, your work pan out into an actual real thing. It really changes, you know, how you view game dev and everything when you really got that first anything. It's just super cool. Congratulations. I want to do something with this room. I just don't know what. Kind of tweaking how things are going. I'm just going to call this the Midnight Hallway. It's a little exciting. Nowhere near that stage. I had enough of fuse boxes. What if the final boss is actually just a box of fuses with like teeth that are made of fuses like that? Got like an evil grin, like they're like fangs and stuff like that, but it's all made out of fuses and there's like wires coming out of it. I'm just saying. I also don't get out much, so. So never question. Actually, you are making a horror game, right? I'm just saying. You could actually make that too, because there's like cords, right? There's a way to make things act like ropes, essentially, in Unreal Engine. I forgot how to do it. Like, you'd have to look up a tutorial, but you can actually have those dangling off of it and everything. And you can actually, using the blueprint, arrange the things like they're, you know, the fuses are like fangs and stuff. You could make this a thing. I'm half tempted to make something monstrous like that, not with fuses, because, well, there's no real steampunk fuses, I don't think. But oh, it's one of those kinds of games. Oh my. Whoa. Ooh. See. I wonder all the fuses are breaking. Have I taken a woman's bra off without taking her shirt off? I have, in fact, done this. Was I wearing the bra when I took it? No. Why would I do that? That's weird. Was she cute? Yes, actually. It becomes less challenging the more you do it. It becomes more challenging the more drunk you are when you try, though. There's that. Guess let's cost the Midnight Hallway. I'm just gonna run with it. I made this wall really shittily. Sorry the language, but that about sums up that wall. It was bad. And I feel bad for having made it that way. Three materials. How exciting. I'm so happy there's 3 materials. There it was. Not as you can really see through that, but sure. And 5.6 is so laggy. Ugh. The amount of problems 5.6 brings to the table is not great. Oh well. Might reboot the engine though, just because it might speed it up. I picked up another sub on YouTube. Hell yeah. Thanks to whoever subbed on YouTube. Doesn't tell me, but just the same. I'm gonna start doing more tutorials on there. Just simple tutorials, quick tutorials, explaining how to do hack thingies that get the job done. And pants off? Let's see. Wait, she was wearing pants? Why was she wearing pants? Terrible world. Dresses are so much nicer. Pants look horrible. Ugh. I mean, to be fair, I think pants look horrible on guys, but I also think guys look horrible, so there's that part on it. Just saying. Everything looks bad on guys to me. It's true. I think I just don't like pants. Oh my. Guess I'm wearing shorts. Oh. I don't know what the midnight room is going to be. Originally, the secret garden was kind of this thing like that, but I wanted a reason to fight Charlotte. Or fight her, you know, for her to play with things. Fight's the wrong word. She's just playing around. This is her idea of fun. So we set this up here. Let's say I put the key up on a shelf because that's the de facto way of dealing with everything around here is put it on a shelf. Is it? Is it really? Or should it be on top of these? I need to take a moment to really go through and plan out exactly what I need to do to continue. Like, get just a literal, you know, this is everything I want to accomplish. This is what's necessary. That kind of stuff. Because that would be very helpful. Because right now I don't really have, like I periodically replan things like that, and I haven't done that in a while. To be fair though, one person said that I should just take what I had right then and just make a game out of that and just release it, not to talk about the first area. And he was probably not wrong, except for that it didn't really have much of a story. For just one area. So, seems kind of a little weird. could put a board above here. It's true. How tall is this? Easily tall enough to have something interesting going on up here. Perfect. The only thing I don't like is that. That is a problem. But it doesn't have to be a problem. Quite the contrary. Let me make it where I can see the things better so I see where it hits the walls. Let me click this, then click that, so I can actually... They have not fixed a single bug that was introduced in 5.4. Not a one. Like that. It's like they know. They know what annoys me. And they don't care. Like Epic and I are dating or something. Well, thanks another guy for watching on Kick and Twitch. I appreciate it. Progress problem already? That's fair. Hopefully it was something that's easy to fix. Remember, just use the hammer and just keep hitting it until it works. It's always successful, 100%. There's nothing that could ever go wrong with this strategy. Yes. Yes, indeed. Can't really reach this height, I don't think. Almost. Can almost reach that height. By that standard, I'm just going to do this. Flatten it a bit so I have a little more space to play with. Just lower it down a bit. Game title's on a widget. In a specific spot. Interesting. I forgot that would change spot resolutions. That's good. They have little arrow thingies in the corner. You know, little things that the justification thingies that you can click on in order to pick where it's going to be at. So when the screen changes, it'll move with it. Oh, if you already know that, no. I was going to show you, but you already know. Yeah, that's how I remembered those two. I was like, oh, yeah. As things were all over the place, I was like, that might be pretty much a good idea. Pick those so that they're in the right locations. My favorite way to learn all lessons is the hard way. Especially if she's cute. Nothing. Wow, that. I could have boards across the top of this. It doesn't have to be a whole area, but a whole area like this means you could fight too. That's true. And having little secret areas to visit. There might be one. I just decided to put some things out here to see if I like the idea of it. And decide if I wanted to do it or not. So I was just like, at first started out having this big, huge room for a pump room, and I was like, okay, well, I don't need this. So I split it into a hallway, and I was like, okay, well, what am I going to do with the hallway? And then I started putting things on here. It might turn into that very quickly, actually. Big easy day after all the traveling, my big cake later. And we'll game work. That's fair. Seems like a reasonable way to spend a day. I've heard worse. I guess I can grab a level block traversable and see if I like that. I could just make this boards too. Like, I'm not sure why I'm even using this leaves when it could just be boards. Yeah, put the red surface on there if I do that. The downside of making everything this red surface that you can grab is that it's kind of limiting in certain areas, but at the same time, I don't have to keep explaining to the player, you can grab this, but nothing else. Now you know exactly what you can grab, for better or worse. So. That being said, I'm not sure even... I guess I could, if I use a ledge grab, I could make it taller. I'm not sure I want to. The old level block traversable. 0.1. 0.15. Not 15. 0.15. Good try. College effort. This is my yellow paint. Ooh. Yeah. I'm debating on if I want to have a bunch of holes or not. I guess it could be platform centric. Not everywhere has to involve fighting, right? So instead of making this huge, I could shrink it way down. Have small sections. Unfortunately, these doors are not exactly directly apart from each other, but I guess there's no reason they can't be. That's accurate, because this is literally not pre-made yet. Like, it's ready to go. It can just be whatever it wants to be. They can be, like, basically directly apart if I want. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do it this way. Bit of a sneezing fit there. That's always 10 out of 10 with sneezing. Sure. Why not? So yeah, these could just be straight across from each other. I don't know why they aren't. And with that being the case, then things can just be evened out. Friends in Berlin for a Linkin Park concert. Don't judge him. He already gets it off me. Any post as big as find to Jeff offer? No, I'm mispronouncing it. I'm very envious. That's fair. I like Linkin Park. I even like their new singer. Well, I like the new singer when she's singing the new songs. I don't quite like her all that much just when she's singing the old songs. Because my brain wants to hear it a certain way and it's not that way. But the new song, she's pretty good. Mm-hmm. I see. Wow. I still like the new singer. Doesn't sound like Linkin Park anymore per se. Well, it sort of does. There's enough like him because one of the singers is still there, obviously. So that does kind of make it sound like Linkin Park. I don't know anything about her. I don't care anything about her, to be honest. She sings for Linkin Park. That's all I care about. She could eat puppies for all I know. Don't care. Whatever. move that one like an idiot. Is there a reason to have it set up like this? I think I might just do small pieces for this one, honestly. That's fair. I think any track, if I listened to it all the time, would eventually get on my nerves. I think they're fine. Like, I mean, I'm not like going, ah, God, Linkin Park's the best band ever. I'm just like, I don't hate them. Some of their songs are pretty good. Some of their songs, not so much. But I've never had an ex who was into them either. I did have an ex who was into anime. And I don't watch a lot of anime now. Does that help? Kind of like the same thing in a way. I really tend to not like a lot of animes anymore. I look the sort that like anime, or to date one that would like anime. Oh, well, yeah. Why would I date a woman who wasn't into nerdy things? What the fuck would I do with those? Pardon the language. Seriously. That just makes her worthless to me. Gotta be into nerdy things 'cause I'm into nerdy things. She's not. I don't even want to talk to her. Nah. I do. Unless you're Japanese, in which case it's... I have no idea if it's nerdy in Japan, but I also don't care. There's that, too. Because I don't live in Japan, so I don't give a crap. That's okay. She watched all of One Piece with me, so that was already pretty cool. That's a big commitment right there. Hell yeah. I think the problem was that she liked a lot of weird animes that clearly were geared towards women. With a lot of weird froofy guys doing things that really don't consist of much of anything interesting besides chasing after some random not very attractive female in some bizarre love triangle where you're like, this is just Twilight by another name, isn't it, right? But she also realized the unfortunate truth for her. I will make fun of anything that I find boring. Most certainly. And I pull no punches. Yes. This is why she never had me watch Twilight with her. She knew I would have a field day. I was like, oh, come on, you know you want it. I mean, they've made it definitely attractive anime females. I've seen some guys that the women tell me are attractive. All guys are ugly to me, though, so I don't really differentiate attractive or not to them. Like, If enough women tell me a guy is attractive, I just assume that he must be because they keep saying it. That's probably fair. But don't want that. Want this. I do need to do something about the jump on this, doing triggering twice really fast. Also, this is not actually a possible jump. No, it's not close. Kind of didn't want to block the window, right? That's weird. What am I gonna put over here? Axe is the thing to jump on. Probably should have actually used the stone. Little stone jungle thingies. There's not much need for this red stuff. You don't even really grab with it. I guess I could just put this one farther down. I don't want statues here, so these are placeholders for statues. As I come up with more and more weird ideas, such as strange places to wander. I'm actually half tempted to remove the few rooms in the game that are designed specifically for toys. I was doing a count earlier, and I only had 3 rooms that were designed for toys in the entire game. Nothing's designed for toys. Just all designed for people. Which... I either want to add more rooms that are designed for toys to break it up, or I want to have no rooms designed for toys, because it's just weird to have like 3 of them in the very beginning and then nothing. Like, ever. It's like, okay. Right. Huh. I mean, there's a room that's kind of designed for kids, i.e. the playroom. But almost every other room, besides those 3 rooms, is made for people. I mean, going through the pipes down here is something a toy could do, but this area is clearly built for, you know, a giant fish tank, and not made for toys specifically. It's a giant fish tank. That you can get into there is its own thing, sure, but... Technically, there's no way for humans to get down there, so that's an illogical thing, but I'm not going to worry too much about the logic of it. I guess I could have a hole somewhere they could get into. Whatever. At some point, we have to suspend a little disbelief. But just from a whole game design standpoint, why introduce a whole concept of a room and then never use it again? And that's been kind of my thoughts right now. It's like, hey, wait a minute. Also, now I want to remove this big one here and then just have little ones. Click on it. Successfully failed to click that. Nice. Usually when I hit shift end, I expect it to go to where it's supposed to be, but instead it just went to I don't know where. Fantastic. This is like too tall, so I need to basically just reduce it down a bit. Right about there, she might be able to pull this off. Not a problem. Definitely a double jump centric room. That's good because I need to build for more double jumps now that it's a thing that she has. Problem is this area, which I guess I could have some sort of hanging lamps to jump onto. Or then let you grab things. I do need lights in here too. I've mostly been doing lanterns so far. I should have put all this in a specific room, but I didn't. Dumb. Now it's all in the hidden grotto. Definitely going to convert these over into a instance blueprint in a bit. I'm sorry, level instant thingy. Instance there, blah blah blah. Level instant, yeah. Instant Quaker level. I'll love it in an instant. Fantastic. Get some lanterns, that was what I was doing. This would just be too small to jump on, honestly. I think. It probably is too small to jump on. It's probably very punishing. But let's see if it works. Why not? You can do it, but it's hard. That's probably a bit much. To be honest, I think it's kind of a little wild. I need some sort of unique thing here. And then maybe I hang lanterns off the center or something, or maybe off the sides of this would be a reasonable location for them. True. You have to be able to hit the ground, otherwise Poppet can't use them. I kind of want that to be a thing. Still haven't really solved the problem, have I? I just put something here to act as a means of getting across till I have something better. After all, we're just in the build phase here, or the conceptual phase for this room. It's possible this still becomes an entrance to the toy thingy, in which case I just don't worry about it, but I did want a room where you deal with Charlotte, so, and I don't have one. Unless I'm gonna have weird ways where we're just trying to mess with you. It might. It might indeed. It does. Someone's like, but this symbol, I'm like, what's that mean? Oh. Okay. Cool, thank you. Oh. Let's take a quick break fast. Turn the lights off in this room. So I can gaze upon it. And what it'll look like. It's actually not that bad looking. I can see it. Here, I'll be back. Alright. I returned. Okay. These do look much better at night. That is true. You're wandering from the window. You have to get much closer to make that jump. You also can't jump back up to this window. Oh, you can. It's tough, but you can make it. But I'm okay with that. Hey, Frostcore, how's it going? Oh. Having some issues here with that jump, apparently. Like a champion. It's going. I suppose that's something. It could not be going. That'd be kind of weird. You up to anything exciting? Anything cool going on? Different sizes. I see. It's like, it's not. Fair enough. Just, that's fair. I mean, I took a bit of a break myself. Not because I burned out so much, it's just health was not great. Overwork. But I can understand it. I mean, you know, making a game is a lot of work. I find the vast majority of the work very enjoyable, but I'd be lying if I said it wasn't a lot of work. Yes. So it's probably good to take a break. I'm terrible about it. I'm very obsessive in how I do things, so I tend to do things to the point of being unhealthy. And I would be lying if I said it didn't bite me a little bit more in the backside. Just saying. Yeah. Borrow some machinery and move it on over here. Pump room. You know, run some cables or something. Yeah. I shouldn't do that. At that point, I just make stuff to put on Fab. That's it. I just make things on Fab. I think I've been doing it wrong the whole time. I should be making stuff selling it on Fab as well, but, you know. Instead, I decided to be a streamer. And a YouTuber. Sort of. Well, I mean, if you're making 6 weeks straight for 16 plus hours a day, you should have multiple assets done by then, I imagine. Right? I mean, how could you have nothing done? Like, how could you not at least have an asset done to sell at that point? That's a lot of time investment. Maybe I'm weird in this assessment, but it's a lot of time investment. Wouldn't undo that, because whatever I did, I grabbed more than just those. But just being able to release something that you could get out very quickly would be nice. That being said, I'm just going to keep working on my game because I'm a terrible person who tries to live everything to the exclusion, you know, of accomplishing his dream. That's all he wants. Release the game, hopefully people enjoy it. If they don't, be real sad. Who needs pipes? There's not enough pipes and gears in my game. That is true. Stuff on turbo. What is turbo? What dis? I have so many questions. Oh, sorry, I can't grab that because it's on its own separate BS thing. I guess I make this garbage, but I kind of want pipes. I never look on any other market besides Fab for the most part. These are humble. Probably because I don't even remember half these things exist anymore. I feel like I should know that certain things exist, but counterpoint, I just don't. Do I want pipes you can run through, or am I just doing pipes that you can run on top? I do want the pipes to go through multiple rooms just as a way of getting into things. That'd be interesting. I could have two means of getting into this room. Via either the outside room or through a pipe. Yeah, it's if a big project like this failed, I would definitely question if I was going to make more games, and if I did, they would not be of this scope ever again. I guarantee it. Like, if the scope of this game, with how big it is, if it just completely flopped, I would reevaluate a lot. I'm hoping that it's at least, you know, passably successful. But drop 3 years on a game and have it just flop, oh, that would be scary. I would not be a fan. So, thankfully, I think I built up at least enough interest in the game that people watching will want to try it. So that'll at least give it some amount of success. Maybe not a lot, but some. It's not really that bad. It's actually really unusual. If your game is good and you've like mixed your stuff up, people don't care. It's when you just completely flip the things. After all, Expedition 33 used a huge amount of free stuff they got off BAP for their own words. People loved it. It's just when you literally take a game in a box, slam a couple pre-mades into it and be like, this is my game, you're gonna get rightfully panned for that one. Because you should. I mean, that's make a game, you know. Don't release garbage. If you took a game in a box and built something cool out of it, it's a different story. After all, I mean, there's still RPG Maker games that do well, and that's a pure game in a box still. I don't know how they do good. It boggles my mind every time one of them pulls it off, but it would not be fair for me to say they all fail. Yeah. Like I say, if the game looks like they just flipped a bunch of assets, it tends to not do so hot. This game, I don't think anyone's going to care because they're going to take one look at it. It doesn't look like anything else, you know? Even though there's plenty of assets in here that were from the store. Almost no game actually uses all unique assets. It's very unusual. Even the AAA games use all the mega skins. Crap. Where are these pipes trying to get to? That's a question I should be asking. What if I have you sneak into this room and then drop you in here and there's no way out until you know, get by Charlotte? Yeah. There's also a bunch of people who don't matter. Like, you'll see a couple random people saying dumb things on there, and, you know, all I ever look at, like, I don't care about anything the morons say. All I ever do is look at the overall user ratings for a thing. Like, if it has positive user ratings more than negative ones, doesn't matter. If it doesn't, then there's a lot more to worry about in this game than probably that, I imagine. At least in my experience, that's typically how it works. This needs to go farther over because of where it's got to go through the other room. Yeah, I just don't worry about it. Like I say, there's going to be people who are going to be unhappy no matter what you do, and I don't worry about them. There's plenty of people coming to my chat that are like that. But nobody cares about their opinions, so. Except themselves, but if their opinion mattered that much, they wouldn't spend all their time on a Steam forum trying to tell everyone it mattered. Surefire way to prove your opinion doesn't matter when that's what you do with your time. Like, oh, I see. Good for you. Oh, thanks for the alert, Graham. You're just in time to see me lay some pipe. Sorry. Some jokes are too easy. Yes. Also true. Though somehow I think the pipe they were laying was probably a little more against TOS than this pipe. But if tomorrow you see I've gotten banned on Twitch for laying pipe on stream, we can all admit that this is clearly just as bad. Apparently. Destiny's get 2 reviews, that's fair. Ah, 20 is 20. Don't let the people get to you. There's always going to be haters, but the best thing about haters is they're often the ones most likely to spread the word about you. As they're complaining everywhere, people learn all about your stuff because the haters never shut up. It's just like, thanks. Because if your project's really good and you get a bunch of haters who just spread all this bad things about it, like, you know, people are going to go look at it and discover the project is good. Now, if your project sucks and the haters spread the hate, then, you know, your project sucked and it didn't matter either way. But otherwise, please spread hate. Go ahead. That's fine. I'll take the free advertising. There's probably things to hate about this game, I'm sure. I mean, wouldn't surprise me. Am I the world's best writer? I highly doubt it. Is everyone gonna like this story? Probably not. I don't think they understand what the story is. That's true. Which excites me to no end. Am I gonna use a bunch of assets flipped? Hell yes. I could never afford this game if I wasn't using assets from Fab. Oh my god. This game would cost millions. I'm good. I'm poor. You know how you know I'm poor? Because I'm both a Twitch streamer and a game dev. 2 jobs known for being so high paying. Mm-hmm. I would say mistakes were made, but I think we already knew that was the case. I don't know why I ended those. That's stupid. Can't get away from bad reviews, but it really bothers me when they call celebs lazy because of assets. Doesn't bother me at all. Let them. It's okay. My life ain't gonna be ruined by their random opinions. Like I said, I'm a streamer. If people's random opinions really bothered me, well, I don't think I'd get very far as a streamer, you know? Just saying. Yeah, exactly. He's gonna ask a flip, you just give him a finger flip? Yeah, exactly. What to worry about? Yeah. Yeah. You can say there's plenty of haters on the internet. Don't worry about it. Yeah. They don't matter. They're always going to hate no matter what you do because that's pretty much their entire personality. That's what they do. They exist to hate. But the good news is nobody really cares about what they say. So it's just... Do I want this window here? I don't think I do. Yeah. Don't let the losers, you know, stop you from making a game. Just cry into all that sweet money you make when your game does well. Because they advertise the hell out of it going, oh, this game is so bad, look at asset for blah blah blah. Well, that game looks real cool. Thank you for pointing it out to me. Yeah. No need to white knight someone else's game, it's fine. I mean, you know. That's all good. There's lots of things in this world you could worry about, and I don't think most of them are really worth worrying about, to be completely fair. I just don't. I think that, you know, there's just better things to do with your time than worry about everything. Maybe that's just me, though. I don't know. Maybe. Got enough things to worry about in my life than that. Oof. Yeah, I do. Anytime correcting people that are wrong about something, if you all you do, exactly. People allowed to make mistakes, people allowed to have their opinions, and I'm also allowed to ignore their opinions because I don't care. I think once you get used to, you know, just ignoring these people, they quickly just become irrelevant. You never even hear from them again. You just don't even care anymore. You're like, whatever, I don't care. Oh no, what am I gonna do? Oh, I don't care. Oh, still don't care. It's like, oh. Now, if there's room in this direction, I guess I should actually make it nice. I guess I forgot about this giant hole in the wall. It's like this one apartment I rented. They just forgot about the giant hole in the wall for 3 months. Weirdest thing. That place was a slum. But yep, the only reviews I'm going to pay attention to are I'm going to look at the number of people who like it versus number of people who don't. And I'll be like, alright, that's how good my game was. I'm just hoping the number of likes is much more than the number of hates. Oh, who am I kidding? I'm just hoping the amount that ends up in the account afterwards so I can make the next game is high. They can hate the game as long as they bought it. I would like them to like the game, that is true, but if I have to choose between everyone loving the game or everyone paying me money, picking the money. I don't gotta be friends with everyone, it's fine. I'll live. Oh no. Ah, yes. So, how are you getting into these pipes? I guess I can just... Well, I usually put at least one thing over here. I guess I'll put all these in the correct room too before I duplicate them. I have to do this later. There's not even a room for this, is there? Yes, is one. Oh, there is. They were just already in it. Oh. Well. Good for me for having already made that. This was actually garden pump room too, but okay, I'm trying to click both for some reason. But I decided I'd rather you go to this one first. So instead of successfully naming this room down here and having a use for it, I've actually added 2 additional rooms, another one without a name. This level's coming along great. 10 out of 10. This room might not exist. I don't know. I'm not arguing with myself. I kind of want it to, though, because I need a room for Charlotte to be relevant, and she needs a big room. And I can't use this room because I've kind of already put too much crap in it. For this room, there'd be nowhere for her to really chase you, so it'd be really lame. Every other room seems too small for a character of her size. Okay, so nothing has given me more pity for the people who made Shadow of the Colossus than effectively making Shadow of the Colossus with dolls. Just saying. Turns out that's yeah. Let me go grab a bite and play some games for a bit. Good progress. Look at his cards. Thanks, I appreciate it. Thanks for dropping by. And you know, keep up the good fight. Don't let those people get you down, you know? Just remember, it's lonely in their parents' basement. And they're just looking for friends. But the only thing they understand is negative attention. Just like their daddy gives them every night. Oh my. And listen, when they're done being a Reddit mod for the day, they gotta do something. Just be glad that you aren't them. I'm reminded of the tale of the thing I always remember whenever I think to myself, man, things are going real bad. And then I remember this one point where I was at the ER because this was some of my early health problems. And a nurse goes right by the door like that. And then another nurse catches like going, oh, we got to go help this guy in this room like that. You know, he's, you know, basically defecating out of his mouth. And I thought to myself going, I don't know how that can happen, but my life is always going to be better than that, probably. Like, in what, like, however bad things are, however horrible, they're not that bad. They're really not. It's much better than that. That's horrible. And then I think to myself going, it could be worse. I could be a Reddit mod. Too easy. Yeah. I didn't see it. I just heard him talk about it and I was like, oh my god. Like, I feel better now. I feel fine. Maybe that's just what they tell people to, like, well, you think you're doing bad, but listen, hear me out. And I'm like, you win. You win. I ain't doing that bad. I'll be fine. That's how I drive myself on a lot of things. I inspire myself by remembering going, you know, I've heard worse. And I'm not in that position. So, hey, life ain't so bad. Is it perfect? No. Could it be worse? Oh yes. Yes, it could. Never question how much worse it could be. I'm here because I guess I'll just go. Yeah, pretty much. He's like, whoa there, buddy. I might be bleeding a little bit, but that guy's got like a saw blade through his head. You better see him first. You know, like, it's just some people, it's just like, that's pretty bad. You go first, I'll wait. Suddenly I'm feeling mighty fine. All good. No problems. Heck, half the time the little ER thingies would have like they'd have two beds and one and like a curtain between them, so you could hear what the other person was there for, and you're just like, man. Huh. Well, I'm glad that curtain's there. I'm so glad that curtain's there. I don't think I want to use the pipes you can go in here. I think I want to use the little crappy pipes. I can only lay so much big pipe before I gotta lay a little pipe. You know what I'm saying? Replace my earbuds. 1 second. These earbuds are so much louder than the other ones. They're like the newer pair, and every time I put them on, I just have to like have the volume. And I'm just like, should have the volume first. I should know. I should mark which one's which, so I have a better idea. Instead, I just, you know, try to blow up my eardrums every once in a while. You go, oh yeah, that was a terrible plan. Just saying, a terrible plan. Ah yes, the steampunk props pack. The beloved steampunk props pack. The thing that actually taught me about blinds, actually. I was like, really? Wait, what? This does what? Oh my god. much like the chosen one. It was love at first swine. Should be about big enough for Poppet to run on. I realize there's not been enough steampunk. I also need more actual steam, by the way. I do have a handful of steam things, but I actually need a bunch of steam VFX, honestly. Smoke sort of works, but it's not quite the same. Like, it behaves in a weird way. It just doesn't work quite right. So. In a pinch, you'll get the job done, but I only have like 1 or 2 steam thingies, and I don't really want to recycle the same steam particle everywhere, but I might. I might indeed. I gotta remember to keep 1 straight spine. So this way I don't have to keep making the straight spine. Because that's tedious. Also need more gears. Not enough gears in my game either. Well, that's right. This is steampunk. I don't have to explain pipes ever. What am I smoking? You never have to explain pipes. Or gears. There was actually some guy who was asking about, you know, to make certain all my gears actually would spin the right way to not cause it to break anything. And I was like, I think when you were looking at the various gears in my game, see if they spin the right way, I didn't make a very good game. It's like, you're doing what with your free time? Wow. Man, my game must be boring. The good news is, in most rooms, you will get attacked if you stand there, so... Doesn't matter where you're standing, you will get attacked. Because they're going to come for you. In the darkness. And you will be sad. Yes. Oh, I know what I never bothered to make. Air ducts. I've just been using pipes as air ducts. Kind of a little weird, but it does occur to me that I could use air ducts because, well, it'd be kind of cool to have those as well. Guess I should make some. They're not hard to make. I mean, even easier than these were. These are pretty easy to make. But you're in your chops as a steampunk person. You have to make your own pipes. Also because there were no hollow pipes at all. In any asset I had that was steampunk. Not a single one. Messed up. It's like they don't realize my dolls are going to want to crawl through the pipes. I mean, really. What the hell? Don't they understand that's what dolls do with their free time? Damn. Some people. Some people's children. I'm not going to leave this pipe here, but for now it's my backup in case I want the straight pipe. Sometimes you need to give them a straight pipe. Sometimes it's a little bent. Actually, I'm going to jump on it now. I could have probably made the jump otherwise. Actually, I should make the jump without standing on that. I can, in fact, make the jump. It does help that it's rounded. Two points. Hell yeah. I love this track. I'm not going to use it in all these rooms, but it's my default track for this particular chapter. You would jump into this room, which is just too big. Like, it's just too big. I just see how big this is, and this has to easily eclipse the playroom. I guess I could test it, but it is huge. Almost certainly too big. I'll go grab the stuff from the playroom to see, though. Convenient yardstick. It's really hard to judge the size of things until I've had Poppet run around it or put something in to really compare against. I think the most exciting example of that was earlier today when I was showing off that while this level looks like you're in this tiny little building, this block here, like this city portion here, is actually, well, if you include the buildings outside of the walls, it's actually bigger than the default open world map. Otherwise, the walls things there are almost the exact same size as the default open world map. That's how big this is. It's way bigger than it looks. I'm surprised you could fit all the stuff in here. It's like there's a lot of space here. Grab all the playroom stuff real fast. Okay, I was trying to grab the playroom stuff. So, and all descendants. Doesn't quite grab everything. Okay, it'll grab it. I'm duplicating that one. There we go. Let's grab all that. I figure if I just paste it in there, I'll be able to have an idea of just how big everything is. I'm pretty certain the other room is immensely bigger. Too big. Maybe not. I could be misjudging, I guess. Wouldn't be the first time. Paste here. Oh yeah. This room is significantly, where would the start be? I guess hitting where the playroom sign would have been right here. Yeah, it's all this extra space again. It's way big. This isn't even all the way to the walls. So I don't need this big at all. I don't think I want to use this. I'm tempted to keep this crap here just because I want to potentially use it for ideas. And as a means of judging size. You know, before I lay all that pipe. Oh my. Right off the bat, I should take all this and move it over the side. And then take this wall and just slam it over. Like It's obviously too big, so let's immediately reduce the size of this room by that much from the start. It's possible I just make a small room here too. A way to get through. I don't know how useful this area is going to be on the other thing. I still have all this area for that too. I'm probably getting rid of this section. Maybe not. I don't like this weird little pirate room thingy. Fair enough. Sometimes it feels like just moving things around gives me ideas enough to make new areas. My problem is this room has no purpose. I mean, the brig totally does. Part of me wants to remove the unknown room to put the brig there, but I need more piratey things. I want these buttons to be easily see the water so you know what goes on, so I don't have to explain it. You hit the button, you see the water go down, it should be pretty easy to figure out what happened. I would hope, but you'd be surprised how many people are a little dense, but... A bunch of people on YouTube these days, but not so many on Twitch. Fair enough. Oh, new minion. I gotta point in a mod or something for the Discord. I don't need these here anymore. Now that I'm starting to use this in an actual room, it doesn't serve any function to have these sitting here other than them to be awkwardly placed. I could have you actually jump from gear to gear. I haven't really done that at all so far. I considered it. There's not a lot of steampunky things, so there could be a lot more. This almost seems like it would be some sort of sheriff's office. That doesn't really fit with a pirate theme. There could also be little boats in it. I wish this water was actually real water. Well, I mean, like, not real water, but like, it actually reacted like water. Then I could have things move up and down on it. Probably the biggest problem I have right now. I do have a water system, but it's so bad because the guy stopped supporting it after he got some actually he got some UE marketplace money, and he hasn't supported it since like UE4, and all the new ones are. There's a lot I'd like to do with the water, though, if it were possible. I'll have to look into something. Because... Well, I hate to invest money in something like that, though, knowing that I'm only going to use it in a couple spots. This is basically these two rooms. And I guess the boss room. But to be honest, this water, I don't really know what I'm going to do with it. I could probably just easily do this with it. Just move it up. I mean, not over here, obviously, but... I wonder if that'd make the whole area look cooler. It might, if this... Well, it can't right here because this area is like a skeletal thing up to that. So it'd have to be lower. It'd be really high up, though. Not that high up. I guess it doesn't really affect the look of anything, does it? Well, it sort of does. I kind of wanted some boats in the water and everything like that, like a boat enemy or something, but... it's probably a little cooler with the water higher up. I don't think I'm going to give Sally the ability to move the water up and down because I don't think it's relevant. Because once you have the Emperor, who gives a crap? Like, it does nothing. But there is an area down here that you could go to later. But I kind of want to... Apparently I don't have it tall enough. I kind of... want to lock you into the area where you fight her. Because it does nothing. But here's the other thing that I'm questioning right here. If I were to say put a floor in here, at this thing underneath here with just water above it, then I could have some sort of extra, like, you know, thing down here. Thus extend this room, thus probably get rid of this giant room over here. I'm not sure if this room's quite big enough to serve as a Charlotte trap or not. But I suspect it's close. Because as it is right now, originally I had planned for you to have the water to be a factor in the fight, but it's not. It's not a factor in the fight at all anymore. So we'll grab a wall. I can be a little lazy here. Like, let's say I put this over here. I'm not sure I like this better or not, but we'll find out. If I had no water in the room, it'd be a different story too. Or if actually, if I had to fight at lower level first, it'd be a different story. But it would have to be... I don't think this works all that great. I think it's not quite enough space. I just don't know what to do with this room. I mean, it looks kind of cool. That's true. But why did I do 180? I'm dumb. I guess. Like, it would take about this much space, and then you wouldn't really have a full room. You would have, like, less than a full room, I imagine. Like, if we took one of these doors and put it by there, where would it put it? I have multiple copies of this door or something? I did. So let's say I put this over here. Yeah, it's like not even tall enough. I would have to push this up way higher if I wanted that to happen. I would have to go up to here. Even work. Then you don't have access to the water. It looks less good. I don't know what I'm gonna do with that water. I guess it's just an area afterwards, and I just have to lock you in there for the fight, I guess. Or have her knock you into the water intentionally. Trouble is what stops her from falling into the water. Something to think about. Well, actually what I could have done... Where are you at? Would it have to be that high in order to use this area? Just so I can get rid of this wall here at that level? Is that worth it? Which would then create an under area down here? It would mean I wouldn't need all the rocks. I think the water makes it look better. Oh, that's right. Just move the water down, so. Honestly, it barely makes a difference until you look over the sides and you don't see water. That's true. It barely makes a difference. I think it kind of looks better walking up, though, because just a bunch of stone isn't very neat. After all, a pirate graveyard seems like it would have more than that. Like, you know, it would have... well, water and sunken ships, so... I don't like it. I had to ask the question. Important. Couldn't know if I liked the answer until I did. Now that I've asked it, okay, I don't like it. I'm just sad I can't really make use of it for anything. Like, initially I thought I was going to get to, but... yeah, the water just makes it so much better. Feels like the water could be higher though. I think that's true. Better visual appeal, I imagine. Not a lot higher, just enough. Isn't level design fun? To be fair, I do enjoy it quite a bit. Though sometimes I do feel like I've run out of ideas. That happens. Then I have to go do something else for a bit. So I remind myself what other ideas are. I think the water does make sense here pretty well. How high can I get it without it going, or stepping on it and changing the color of the screen? That's pretty good. Can't go too much higher, sadly. I'm not sure I like this water as much as I like the other water. The fact you can see through it is nice, but I kind of like the water you can't see through the top of. But I also recognize from a gameplay standpoint that it makes more sense if you could see through the water, otherwise you won't even know where you're going. Fair enough. And here I was hoping for an easy solution to what to do with this room. So far I have none. Something pirate themed, no doubt. Probably seems gotta be pirate themed. Jungles and pirates, basically. Basically a Neverland thing. It does feel like it could use a bit more cohesion, though. That is true. So I'll probably need to add some like piratey things to these areas too. I don't know about these picnic tables. I thought maybe it'd be like, you know, almost theme parky, but the more I mess with this, the more I question that. There's like tables here too, though, so sometimes you just need an explanation for why something is there. I guess I'm keeping this room here. I can't push this up anymore because it's the exterior of the place, so clearly that is not going to help. Is there a reason I'd want you to go out? Can I have the curse get so bad in the room you have to leave the room and go outside? But then the light's outside, so that would be weird. I'm definitely gonna have to have my thinking cap on for how I'm gonna make the next Charlotte thingy happen. Definitely be this room. I'm half tempted to just axe this room. Because I don't know what I'm going to do with it yet. Other than maybe put a bunch of piratey things places. I don't really like these assets, I think is my problem with them. Like, they don't look... they look too stylized, I think is what like, they're almost there, but they ain't quite there. That's... I don't know, they're just a little bit off in my mind. Every time I look at them, they just seem not quite detailed enough. So I don't know if I really want to keep them knowing that. Which is awkward because, you know, nice, you know, if you were bought but like a whole Humble Bundle had those in it, but I guess to be fair, probably something else from the Humble Bundle anyway, so it's not like I was gonna use those at one point. They did seem kind of cool. They look kind of like toys in a way. I also don't have a lot of pirate stuff. But it can also just be like, you know, on an island with like, you know, some adventure with all kinds of like caves full of like dead things and so like dead pirates, like treasure and stuff like that. It doesn't have to have a city. But even this port city thing, I think I used the mushrooms from it because they were like. Actually, use the cliff pieces. I like the cliff pieces. All the dock stuff is just too crap. Like it's too stylized. The ships are way too stylized too, for that matter. Some of these things are kind of neat. If they weren't so stylized, they might be kind of neat to use. Trouble is, I don't think I have a replacement that'll get the job done. I'm gonna try though. I'm gonna look and see if I got one. See if I can retool them a bit with a wood that is hopefully a little more exciting. Actually, I just have this wood that's, you know, everywhere. Well, I don't like the second one there, but the one on the other one isn't terrible. Maybe. Who's out on all the lights, though? Actually, there weren't any lights on this one, were there? There were not. You know what I haven't looked at? How metal would look on them. That's true. Because it's really the shape I'm after. I don't really give a crap about the material on it if I can just tile over it with a different material. I can get away with, well, it looking good enough for my game. Like, I'm not picky. As long as it's good enough. I have a wood example. What's this wood look like? Oh yeah, the weird beat up wood. I remember you. Let's use their examples. That's interesting indeed. Got like a beat up wood and a metal. I could also duplicate the wood and then make another one too. I don't know what that did, but I was curious. Whoa, look at that. That's wild. Thought there'd be more colors to play with. There does not seem to be more colors to play with. Well, I guess I could duplicate one of those. I was really hoping just, you know, and to be nice enough and have a color option. They do not. Huh. I don't know if I like that, but kind of do actually. Like a weird lava, like burnt version, I guess. I don't know. Like, what if I remake the cities to be like have this kind of stuff instead, and I just change the materials up as I see fit? Could be interesting. Maybe. What is selected now? Can I use this? It always changes the other one and not the one I want to change. It's really dumb. Change whatever the latest one is. Right now, wrapping up in a bit here. We'll see. Yeah, it's definitely better. I might change it more later, but just the fact that it looks, you know, more like fitting to my world is pretty important, which means that all these things are back on the menu. It's like a giant pirate city. You're starting to see how much it's changing these things to look a little better. For here, so. Almost there. You know, once I fix all the other stuff, they'll look a little better. I can see it. It take forever to change them all. But it does give me access to some stuff to play with. It's better. Probably. Kind of reads it for a pirate city. Or reverse those. Huh. I guess that rope material is exactly what it seems like. Material that I cannot recycle or change up because it's literally that. I guess you try to change it itself, but for now we'll leave it. Same deal. I don't know where the second one is. There. Man, thanks for the Prime, sweet skills. How's it going? It's a 3 months, damn. But I got a whole bunch of new cards, I'm just saying. I got my first Final Fantasy card. It was, you know, Tifa, because it seemed only fitting that someone would immediately trade me a Tifa. There are other Final Fantasy cards. Need some cards? Nice, nice. It's like another $800 worth of cards today. It was good times. So I can come back here and do game dev all day instead. No. I actually spent most of the day at the office. Oh, I like the Black Bridge of Doom. I'm gonna keep it. Actually got some guy mailing me a bunch of stuff, but last time he mailed me stuff, it actually took 3 weeks to go from. Gosh, he's down in the Bay Area, up here of all places. I was like, 3 weeks. It was adorable. It just kept bouncing back and forth between the same 2 locations over and over and over. I'm just like, wow. Huh. Wish I kept the tracking for it. Yeah, it was so funny to watch. Tried to find it, but I mean, it just literally it would go back to Sac, and then like I think to like his hometown or something. And at one point, it went all the way out to Texas, and another time they went across to the East Coast somewhere. And I'm just like, it was supposed to go like 3 hours away and stay in California. It did. It was like, well, why? What happened? I just told him, I was like, I don't know if it's gonna make it there, buddy. I don't know what to tell you, but this seems a little unlikely now. It didn't at first, but now it seems unlikely. Yeah. Sometimes I'm envious. A lot of the cards I see, like, they go on much cooler trips than I ever do. And I'm just like, could I go on a vacation like that? I'll have to dress myself up as a giant magic card and then see if the USPS will take me to various places. Like, I just want to ride on the car with you guys. It's all good. Really, no, I'm a magic card. You can take me places. It's fine. That'd be hilarious. Might get stolen. That's true. Police officer, I'd like to report a stolen item. What's the item, sir? Me. I've been stolen. Stolen on someone's porch. They just pick you up, just carry you off. I gotta admit that if they're able to pick me up and carry me off, I'm mildly terrified. That is one strong dude. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a game dev, and it shows. It's I guess he swept me off my feet, I suppose, you know. It's still a better love story than Twilight, right? You better at least get dinner first. I'll be real upset if I don't get. So sad. No one's a gentleman anymore. Not buying me dinner first. Just stealing me off a porch. Jeez. The nerve of some people. Yeah, at some point, that guy's collection of stuff will arrive. And he actually has a lot of stuff on hold. There should be some goods in there. People don't typically mail me cards just to send me a small amount of stuff. After all, shipping is very expensive. Too true. Even with discount shipping. You still love me some discount shipping. Mm-hmm. I can put the darkness in the window. Oh no, the darkness. I'm not doing that. I just hit undo. Did I make a mistake by hitting undo? Okay, good. I assumed I had made a grievous error. It was about to lead to me being sad. The most grievous of errors. Handed down through many generations from a time when all errors were quite terrible indeed. I hate that I have to do this for every single one of these things, but there's really no easy way to do it otherwise. I'm de-stylizing a set. Very important. Stylizing things. I guess to be fair, I could go de-stylize a bunch of other stuff too. No, no, no. I want the black to be the border. Game's too dark for the black to be the main thing. Otherwise, I would have done it the opposite way. Probably not going to use this because it's not even double-sided from the look of it. Yeah, I don't like it already, but... Okay, well, that did not come out the way I anticipated at all. I don't know why this one doesn't tile. Every other one tiles. But instead it does this. Like it's some sort of bizarre goth Mario Kart or something. How exciting. Sort of. Kind of. Maybe. I guess I can't use the platforms if they have this problem. I guess to be fair, the platforms are probably the least interesting thing to me because I'm just going to use power. I'm probably just going to use the other things there. Actually, it only sort of worked because the bottom one vanished. I think I'm just going to use the spline thingies, these, to put it on. Just that material and just do geometry brushes and the like. Get the job done. As much as I sort of like these platforms, I don't think I like them that much. Down below me, I was like, it's somewhere around here. But I'm not done with all of them, unfortunately. The things I do to save me some money. I might be able to change the support platforms, maybe. I can. Could have probably done metal on them instead, but I didn't. Everything. I actually want to do this one, then I want to do this one here is the no. Come on, grab it, move it. Are they gonna be perfect? No. But that's at least they'll match my world. Perfectly fine. Looks more fairy tale with how warped those are, but that's okay. Skeleton ship. Hmm. Didn't notice you earlier. There's rickety staircase. Perfect. Yep, soon people are going to be like, I didn't realize you were recycling assets at all. Yes. Nope, wrong one. Alright. Move it. How big are these? These are like 0.3. Yeah, they look a little better. I'm just gonna copy paste a bunch of these to run on top of purposes of looking at stuff. Oh, well, the boat didn't get changed at all. I guess I only did the building pieces. I did not go through all the ship parts, but might as well look at it and see how it comes out. Those windows are so bright. I'm not sure I like them because of how bright they are. Like they're like cartoonishly bright. The good news is I do have some emissive materials that I can use, so let's just go ahead and use them instead. Maybe? Can I just drag it out then? That might be a little better. That's some other ones there. This is like one of the emissive ones that I have. Hmm. Honestly, I'll probably just swap to something that's a little less ridiculous. I'll change that on and see how it looks, and if it's too not great, then whatever. But I definitely think that I'm not that excited by blinding. That's probably a bit better. They're a little less ridiculously blinding. They're still bright, but they're not gross. Plus, now they look more matching for my world. You can still see the stuff that was not changed. A couple of those lights are ludicrous. Or at least it feels like they're ludicrous. So maybe they just had too many lights. I don't know. Feels like I missed something, but I guess not. There's only these handful ones right here that have the thing. Must just be a lot of them. True. Or I have an instant rope. I didn't know I had instant rope. Oh, hell yeah. Look at that. I got my instant rope and everything. See if I like the darker one better or not. Maybe a little. Hell yeah. Kara's winning the fight, though. If I make it another, 32 minutes, the new Fab stuff will be available. You know what I'm saying? 3 things. They'll probably be disappointing, but I pretend they're awesome. I mean, the last ones are pretty disappointing, but I was all excited, and they were just not great. Trying to find the materials that I was using. I could just cover this in I could just have steampunk cannon. I don't know if that's really better. I could also just put it like that and make a Wither one. We're gonna stick with the steampunk cannon. It's not ideal, but since it's just one material, I really don't have a good answer for that. But that's fine. I don't need a great answer. Too many cannons dumb. I sent the buddy Pokemon pack. Had 651 boosters in it. Cost 400. Yeah. Like the last time, there's this stupid. You have to declare your stuff, and the shipping is really high. I actually when I was selling on Cardsphere. I did a couple orders to Canada, and what we found was your best bet was to send it as basically a singular card or a small amount of cards as a postcard. them. So like, you could send something like, I think 9 cards or something before it became a problem. So it was actually better to just split your thing up into a whole bunch of things of 9 cards and then just use the, you know, the forever stamps to Canada, the global forever stamps, to send to them, because it was cheaper than trying to send it all at once. So I only did a handful of orders to there, and then I never shipped there again. I was like, nah, you guys are backwards. I'll pass. Is this the wood, the material for those? It is. Yeah, it's just, it's awkward. The whole thing was just like the most awkward thing ever. And like, you could send 2 ounces for the price of a global forever stamp. So you wanted to be certain that it was below 2 ounces, because those stamps I think were like $1.30 or $1.40 a piece. So they were very expensive. And you never wanted to have to use 2. But thankfully you could send like 9 cards. And I had they like almost like this soft top loader type of thing that I started using for everything. You could actually fit like 13 cards in them. But you could do like 9 cards and it still be under the 1 ounce thingy. That was the requirement. But I mean, you might have been able to ship a booster pack that way. I don't know. I think there is a limit on how thick it can be, though. Mostly for postcards, so you don't have to really declare the things. The entirety of Cardsphere did exactly that to circumvent all of the Canadian shipping things, which is funny because they were a Canadian company. That's right. That's what she said. Yeah, they're the ones that actually clued me in on how to defeat their own shipping, which is so stupid, but I still stopped sending them there because it's not worth it. Not worth the headaches. Especially for the garbage rates they were offering. It was still better than like the rates here because they had no choice. They didn't offer better rates than the rates here. Nobody would ever send to them, but nah, man. That wasn't it. That wasn't it at all. Oh, my much better pirate stuff. I did sell a lot of cards in there for a while. Until I came to my senses and realized it was a lot of work for nothing. Only to the US though. I remember laughing because at the time, USPS wouldn't deliver to Mexico at all. I could have sent to like half the countries in Africa and they'd have been fine, but Mexico, no. I was like, all right, fair enough, I guess. Sorry, buddy, I can't send to your country. It's more third world than, you know, this random third world country. If all these materials were in the same character, it'd be a lot easier. I can't believe I didn't think of this earlier. It's dumb, I guess. Yeah, no sending the cartels any cards. It was dumb. It was real dumb. They definitely could have, well, I mean, it's nothing Card could have done. Just, Mexico being Mexico. I think to myself, when people vacation there, why? They won't even send the mail there. That's terrifying. I'm not going to any place the USPS isn't willing to go. I'm gonna go ahead and say that. Got yourself a new keyboard? Nice, nice. What even changed? Oh. Yeah, I don't want to replace that. I like that. Just remember, don't pour water on this one. Trust me on this. It'll work out. Guess I should use different materials on these. I do have an army of materials. Wait, you need to use it because it's shiny? Not because it's weird to type on. It's too shiny. You just can't handle the shiny. You're just like, oh god, it's so shiny. Can't do it, Captain. It's horrible. Like that. Behold the power of the shiny in all its glory. Maybe. I'm just assuming that's how it goes. I mean, I could be wrong. Probably not, though. I can just do plastic black flags. It's fine. Is it? I don't know. Sure. Whatever. It matches. I'm gonna do a dirty trick here. I'm gonna do that. Not a very good dirty trick because it did it on the wrong one. I hate it now. Very sad. Oh, there's an instant rope. What am I doing? Well, first off, go back to there. I'm gonna go to the other one. Go to my instant rope. Instant rope looks good. See? Rope out of nowhere. The eyes were burning. It's fair. How I feel when I look at the sun. I'm not even looking at it. Just seeing, knowing that it's outside, my eyes already burned. Terrible. I didn't even turn one of my lights on here. I usually have two lights in order to counterbalance each other. I guess this stream I just have one light. I gotta order some streamer lights. Or just a streamer light. At some point. I can make stuff look good. After all, people have to stare at my face the whole time. At least they can see me in good light, right? No, it's like One Direction. I guess I could two-side it. Kind of don't want to. And the reason I don't want to is because I use it in a lot of locations. What I'm actually going to do is duplicate it. Now I'll turn on two side. There you go. This is M-ship metal. I should have been using this. It could have been using the other metal thingy form to just kind of cover all of it. Damn. Sure. Slightly rusted. Look, I'll have to go back, maybe add it to the other ones or something. Didn't think about it. Dumb. There wasn't a lot of metal in places. Except these anchors. Well, I thought it changed the ropes too, and I was like, no, don't do it. Rusted anchors. Very important. Technically, this could be rusted too. No, I think I like the shiny one better. Give me back my shiny. Do it. You're shiny. Okay, redo that change. It's one of the ships that have metal on them anyway. I get the feeling this material is what you would expect it to be. This floppy thing that moves by itself. Let's see if I place it, what happens. No, it's actually been redone. Okay. 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 Alright. Alright. What certain was a material? Material is basically voodoo. You can do anything with material. And I mean anything. Imagine not having black flags on your pirate ships. What the hell is wrong with you people? What a skeleton, my bad. My B. Well, that's easy. I guess to be fair, I could use the crap metal on it. That looks rusted useless though. I don't like that. This looks like it's useless too, but it's useless in a different way that I like better. Yee. 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 They pre-make any ships for me? They sure did. Hell yeah, brother. This is when I'm too lazy to do it myself. Out pops the pre-made ships. Yeah. Okay, there's one pre-made ship, but listen, I like it, so you'll listen up. And a crane for no apparent reason, though I didn't actually change the crane part. So we'll get to those a different. I don't think those right now. That does look a little neater. Sitting so long. Legs are like, why would you do this? Okay, well, if the boat wasn't stuck in this, it might look cool. I think we can all agree that's probably true. Now I gotta use these things somewhere. See, from garbage stylized to something that will easily fit in my game, and it actually looks pretty good. I mean, obviously I haven't changed the collision on anything, so it's kind of crap collision, but 13 more minutes and there's new free stuff. Come on, water plugin. Eddie needs some new waves for his pirate game. I think I'll have Charlotte chase you through a pirate city. Of course, this has one of those platforms. Platforms are abominations. Why is that? Oh, it has a weird light. Why does it have a weird light? Question. Yeah, I think it's an improvement. That just saved me a bunch of money too, because now I can just rely on these to build the next area and just throw out these crappy platforms that can't be changed because they're weird. Am I even gonna bother with water here? I do kind of want a little pirate city, but trouble is this is already at ground level, so there's not really any way to put a pirate city in here unless I just raise everything up, which I guess I could do. There's not much place to raise it up at. Like, I can only get away with so much. And by this point, well, the water's still relevant at this point. Because the way I've set this up, this now happens before you get the Emperor, making this the midway point. A little placeholder. And that lag is something else. Just had a whole bunch of open blueprints. Okay, I'm just gonna reboot the engine real fast. Got to the point where it's so slow that thanks, my drone. I'm definitely hoping it will appeal to those who've ever wanted to live their life as a tiny doll. fighting other dolls to death. Yeah. It's a very specific dream, but I'm sure somebody dreams it. Hopefully. Now, honestly, it's probably got more of a creepy Alice in Wonderland feel. Nine more minutes till the new fab stuff. Oh my god. Come on, good stuff. I will accept dolls. I will accept pirate stuff. I will accept the water plugin. Anything else, Fab has to send it back. I'm just saying. It's gonna be all future stuff and medieval stuff just to mess with me. Anims, that's fair. There's a handful of anims I want, including a better hammer set that's way more comedic looking. But the person wants, I think, like $40 or something for it. I'm just like, no, it may be on sale, we'll talk, but this price tag is nuts. I think I'll pass. I am far too poor. To be spending $40 on just a set of animations to replace a handful of attacks for Poppet. Where was it? Yeah, these stylish hammer attacks. He wants to load them. I mean, look at how great these will be. Oh my god. How much more fun would the fool be? But unfortunately, they still want like $40. And then check to see the difference in the female and male ones, but still. They should look exactly the same. But, I mean, it would be so cool. They just do the same handful of attacks. Still. One day. Of course they do, because I just copy pasted them as a placeholder to see what they look like size wise. Yes, they can give me those, and that'd be great. I will accept any of these things. I don't even know if I want half of them. I'll accept this. I would really accept this one. $250. Hell yeah. That'd be awesome. Or any of these hair collections would be sweet too. This one's on sale for $20. I might buy it. I don't even know if I want half these dolls. I just put them on here. There was one other one I wanted to. Yeah, they're welcome to send me this one too, and I wouldn't mind as well. I mean, it's only $200. Fine. It's never happened. 4 more minutes though. Oh my god, 4 more minutes. I have questions that can all be answered by, yes, here's your $450 worth of steampunk assets plus one other asset. You're welcome. I guess those really aren't questions. But they can still be answered by that statement there. I'm just saying. After all, I do want to make a steampunk city, and I actually really want the flying one, especially. You know, the one that's $250. If it ever goes on sale for like 70% off, maybe I'll talk, but... it's going to take a very long time for the Twitch money to pay for that, if you know what I'm saying. Yeah. I keep hoping, you know, but I don't think the Twitch money's paying for that anytime soon. It has bought me a handful of things for the game, though. Pretty much just what I use all the money for, just buy more things for the game. I'm like, ooh, I want this, and this, and this. And 2 of these, and 4 of those. They did just hand me more cash, so I suppose I could buy a couple things. Trouble is, I don't actually need much of what's on sale at the moment. Like, almost none of my wish list is on sale. And as a poor game dev, I make a point of waiting for everything to be on sale. I'm gonna delete all these and replace them with pirate stuff soon. Two more minutes. Yay! That'll... not a very good pool, but... I did buy a handful of animals that were like for giant characters to attack things, and they were like super cheap. They were like $2.50 or something when they were on sale. It was like, wow, that's all? Okay. $2.50. Oh yeah. Oh, this could be about the right height for a little town thing. It doesn't got to be too tall, and it's not so tall you can't do anything about it. Apparently Charlotte already spawns in here anyway. Well, I guess I just copied the whole room thing. Well, that's actually kind of fun in a bizarre sort of way. Well, now I can't resist the chance to go fly around for no apparent reason, because I might as well. Problem is, it's missing a lot of the stuff. You can't really traverse the room very easily, and everything's in weird locations, but... okay, just ignore that I apparently suck at flying. I do feel spatially challenged like 90% of the time. I'm not a big fan of flying games. I could make you go through a random maze above here, except for this time if you fall, it's just instant death. That makes water more terrifying than Charlotte. That's a problem. Like, at this point, water is more terrifying. And the water is everywhere, and she has to move around. So she's not really that terrifying. She needs to fly, basically, in this one, so I'm going to set up some sort of flying movement for her. Yeah, those ghost animations were like $30 or something. I remember that. But I needed a bunch of ghost animations. I had nothing for a ghost character. I'm like, but ghost character. Why? It says June 17th, 7th. I mean, that's... we're almost there. We're just waiting for the fab to change. Change. I'm just going to keep messing with this while I wait. I don't really want to stare at it. So yeah, let's get some hot Pirate City action here. I guess I just use the other things here. Well, I don't need these little fences, first off. I mean, to be honest, I probably don't need anything. But I do kind of like to keep things around for ideas, so... You'd be surprised how often the ideas just kind of work out. All because I just happened to leave something in there and kind of move things around and go, this is kind of a good room. I do need to make more mechanics and things, like more weird doohickeys to add to the mix in the rooms. But if I make something new and cool, I can always go back and add it to a room too if I like. It's not like a room has to stay as it is. Oh shit, new free stuff. Free stuff. Free stuff. This one looks kind of cool. It's stylized, unfortunately. That's pretty neat, though. I mean, you know, I like the moon. Kind of cool looking. Got some water materials. Looks like it's the nightmare for nanite. Yep. We'll feel professional today. Just so they can feel like they missed out on a professional sale. They got their money. And we got advanced portal system. That's kind of cool looking. I like this one. I like sparklies. Whoa. That's crazy looking. Gonna feel professional on this one too. Yeah. It doesn't actually matter. I don't make enough money to even count as a professional, but so what? Makes me feel better for at least a brief moment. Range, you say? But it's not a very good looking trade pack. Damn. I do need trains, but these trains are too modern. Right? I need like trains from like the 20s or 30s at best. Earlier than that probably better, but I'm actually considering removing all the random car things and stuff and trying to push the time period back to the time period I originally had, not like the 1920s, but like 1890s kind of thing. Yep, I got more free stuff. The stylized pack looks cool. I like the portals. Beyond that, it was $0. Feels worth. Go and add that to my library. The other thing you want to do was also a June flash sale. How nice. Noir Futurism. Okay, I gotta look at this. It sounded way cooler than I thought. It's not like lame or anything. It's just I don't know what I'm supposed to do with it. But a Noir Future thing has got to be one of the rarer things I've heard in a while. So kudos to them for naming something so rare that I had never even seen it before. But the other thing I always like to look at is the free content, because every time they keep adding new free stuff. And every once in a while, something is actually useful. I mean, like this Golem character. It's not going to be useful for my game, but so much free things. Maybe something is good. We're kind of back to I've already seen those ones, so nothing too exciting on that one, and I didn't get the things I was hoping for free. So you know, back to the drawing board, as they say. Back to the drawing board. If you have a new sale, so maybe there's something good. I don't know. I'm gonna call that crap later. But yes, go get your free stuff from Fab if you haven't already got it. Trust me, I mean, it's worth it. Even if you aren't using Unreal now, well, first of all, you can actually use it for other engines if you want. You don't have to use it for Unreal. Unless you want to. You probably should, because it's amazing, but you ain't gotta. Click to refresh so I can play with the portal thingy. I don't even know what to do with the portal thingy, but kind of cool. I'm a big one for making use of stuff that already exists. If you don't hit the refresh thingy, then you won't it won't show up. There's a dynamic portal material as well. I have all kinds of portals. Well, I'm okay with thinking with portals. Alright. Got an advanced portal system. I mean, I want to see. Oh good, someone who actually names it something that makes sense. I love when they do that. I'd be surprised how many people name it some bizarro world thing and I can't find it. And then I'm just kind of annoyed. Oh. I can see my house from here. That is kind of sick, actually. Okay, that seems worth to me. Oh, I just already have a use for one of these portals. I need exactly one. Go. Into the portal. Oh. That is a cool portal, though. Well, now I gotta look at all the portals. Let's go compare portals in the street. As you do. Preferably away from the buildings, so I don't get hit by an instant kill or something while running around looking at portals like an idiot. Wouldn't be the first time I got hit by an instant kill. I will be the last. Show me the portals. Show me all of the portals. I don't even know what I'm gonna do with them yet. I don't care. Portal. Oh, portal to hell. Perfect. I like that one. Where'd you get the portal to hell? Well, you see it came with the place. I don't know why they built it, but listen, sometimes you just gotta go to hell. Fine. Into this wonderful portal. It really saves on the mileage. Move it up. And computer's like, but why? I'm like, well, portals. Imagine doing anything besides playing with the new portals. That's weird. There's like a dude in the portal. Huh. Weird. Should move him farther down, but I always underestimate how short Poppet is. Hell portal is too high up. Down you go. These are obviously too high. I just want to look at the portals. Don't you people understand portals? They're so cool. I could change the color, though this does have an ominous feel. Of course, there's a dude in there again. Why is there always a dude looking in there? What? I always feel like I'm being left behind. There's some dude in my portal every time. God damn it. Sounds dirty. Heaven portal. I mean, it does look cool, but I have no need of a heaven portal. Unless I change the color, make it look cool. Right. Hospital portal. I wonder if you, like, there's a thing to put a picture in there. Like, maybe there is. Yeah. So I'm looking at the portals. The other stuff I don't really care about particularly. I don't know what I'm doing with the rest of it. But the train's just too new for me. Like, I appreciate that there's a train, but it's not really going to work for me. There's a fireplace in there. That's nice. Why is it so high up? Oh god, I just thought it was lower than this. It doesn't look so high up. Move them down so I can look at them. Contemplate eternity. Move these two down, dude. Just don't want to look at them again, I guess. Oh, sure. That was the fireplace. You can change the picture in them. That would be really cool. That might change a lot. I mean, this is pretty cool. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. Like, depending upon which way you look at, got like a different, you know, picture. You can see a bunch of space and everything. Like, I can get behind this. We're going to space. Sweet. That's kind of cool. I almost like that one the best, but the other space one's pretty good too. Yeah, they look great. Like I said, I need one portal for my game. And while I appreciate evil, I don't really like the fire for what I'm doing. So this is probably not going to work for me. If I can change the picture and something like that, maybe. And this one's just too ho-hum. Like, this is probably the only one I don't like. Because it's just so... You know? Like, the other ones are, like, over the top. And that one's just like... And I'm like, I guess. Are there no options to change this thing? So are we just boring? It's lame. Can I edit it in a way that makes it cool? Or is it just the material? I don't understand material voodoo, so, you know. Not really. Oh. You can change colors. Oh, I see. Portal material. Well, now I got a question to ask. My question is, what if I take a painting picture and Put it in there. Because it's square and not, or rectangular, not that great. I wonder if it would be horrible or not. We're about to find out. Room image, perfect. Any of these will do. You are not a material instance, you are a texture. These are sprites. Alright. You want to play that game? Create a material. What do you think of that, jerk? Some people's children. I did not do what I was hoping for. If I just put nothing here, do I get the same effect? Yeah, it does exactly the same thing. It did nothing. At least I think it does nothing. I don't know. Oh, I see. It does do something. You just need to make it circular. But it does show the image, so that's cool. I just need to make circular images. That's all. Got a big old circle out. I want to do that. I don't actually plan on doing that though. I thought maybe it'd be kind of cool for the painting stuff, but the painting stuff, they aren't this shape, right? So it's not really gonna help per se. Yeah, you just need a circular image. You can change every other thing though. I gotta admit, this asset excites me the most of all the stuff. Also, the darkness. But I really want one that's purple, because I represent the curse with purple. But since you can change the color of all of them, I don't know if I like the, well, I kind of like the going in there like that. These swirl flush thing, I don't know if I like that much. It seems like a space portal, and not really a portal to somewhere that's evil, or not a good place, right? Like, you could just be using this to travel to somewhere. Hell, it looks like you're going to heaven or something in there. Cool. I'm a bit mixed on this one. On the one hand, it's easy to see the picture in there, and that's kind of cool. I like that. On the other, this effect around it's not very flashy. Like, well, that one's kind of not great. So far, it's really, I think this one's my fave. This one's my least favorite by far. Sucks. I don't like that this looks like fire for my purposes. I don't hate the portal itself. This just looks like fire, which I don't need. I honestly just like the picture in this, the actual portal picture, more than I like the portal itself. I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. I like looking around the whole picture. It's cool to look through the portal and see the picture in all these different directions. I'm not sure how that works with the material things, but it is very neat. The actual little portal thingy around it, I don't really like very much, though, I don't think. Like the actual metal thingy. That one's okay. Honestly, I kind of like this one, just because it's a huge over-the-top nebula thing. Kind of like this one. I like how clear this image is in this one. I'll have to think about it. What I plan on doing with them. I mean, I do need one portal, as I was saying. I don't need it yet. I already have my painting portals to get to places, and I have the door portals that just get you to different levels. They're not really a portal so much, it's just a loading zone, because, again, I have no way I'm going to get everything to load. I could try, but I think we can all agree that it's already having enough trouble as is. I don't think it's going to do much better if I go out of my way to put them all on the same level. The gauge load system, it's just not there. Oh. Anyway, I think I'll wrap it up for today at over 9 hours, and I'll just be back tomorrow to do more. Probably figure out which port I like by then, but also want to test the nanite things off stream so nobody has to watch me switch every single asset to nanite. It's really boring. It's mostly me just selecting everything, telling it, hey, go to nanite, and then going to a different room. And coming back a bit later. But yep, enjoy all the free things. And yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. I will wave off the YouTube and kick people, so you can't raid with them. Only pusher. So yeah, bye bye YouTube people. But anyway, before I go, the game's called Poppet Quest. If you like what you saw, subscribe, follow, join the Discord, whatever you want to do. If not, that's great. Same thing to the Twitch people, but I'm going to raid out with you guys, so we have a little more time together. Bye, YouTube people.